Thank you, Sheriff Jeff Cassidy. I appreciate you being here tonight with us. We'll start our meetings as we always do by asking our Commissioner, Larry Crawford, to deliver invocation.
Please bow with me for prayer. Almighty God, it's with humble hearts that we come before your throne this evening to give you thanks and praise for the mercy and the watch care you've had over us. Father, we lift up those in our county that are hurting because of this COVID-19 and the sickness that they are enduring, and the families that are suffering because they can't be there to render care. Just watch over them and care for them. Bless this time now that we have together. The decisions we make, may it be for the betterment of all of our county, that we might move forward and be the best county that we can across this great state of Tennessee. In Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Sheriff Cassidy, would you lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. I will announce tonight, if you're able to maintain social distancing from someone you've not come with or been around, please do so. If you cannot, please continue to wear your mask. If you can maintain social distancing, you may remove your mask. I'll leave that up to you and your choice on your health. Please see Madam Clerk in her chair. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll?
Akerd.
Present.
Blaylock.
Here.
Broughton.
Here.
Calton.
Here.
Cole.
Here.
Crawford.
Present.
Cross.
Here.
Crosswhite.
Here.
Gardner.
Here.
George.
Here.
Glover.
Here.
Harkero.
Here.
Hutton.
Here.
Jones.
Present.
King.
Here.
Leonard.
Here.
Locke.
Here.
Morrell.
Here.
Stanley.
Here.
Starnes.
Here.
Stidham.
Here.
Vance.
Present.
Woods.
Here.
23 present.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Next up on our agenda, I will ask Commissioner Alicia Starnes to meet me in the well for a special presentation.
I'm going to turn this around a little bit. Tonight, we'd like to recognize a very special man in our community in District 8. He goes above and beyond what a community volunteer is. This is a certificate of recognition presented to Mr. Tommy Lawson for exemplary community service. And it says, whereas Tommy Lawson has purchased supplies and spent countless hours mowing, painting, repairing, and maintaining school property and equipment, so the children of the Rock Springs and Sullivan Gardens communities can have a pleasant and safe environments in which to participate in athletic and everyday school activities. Now, therefore, be it known that the Sullivan County Board of Commissioners wishes to recognize and thank Tommy Lawson for his exemplary volunteer work in the communities of Rock Springs and Sullivan Gardens. And I'd like to bring him up and present him with this certificate. I know. Well, thank you.
You need to hold this open. Well, I didn't know. Here, I might want to. I think it was blank. Like a diploma.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Y'all keep doing the job you're doing. I appreciate Sullivan County. I've lived here all my life. It's good. I've raised kids and grandkids and stuff now, and that's the reason I do what I do. My dad raised us boys up to, if you see something needs to be done, do it. Don't just walk by it. Stop and fix it. So that's what I've been doing at the schools out at North, South, Sullivan. I moved Tuesday night. I moved the baseball field up until 8:30 at Sullivan Gardens because it was a foot high. And I'm a widower, and so I have time on my hands other than what time I spend at ball with these kids and stuff. And I retired 2 years ago from Eastman. I put 40 years in, and I thought that's enough. So I told them bye, and I went home. So I've been piddling around my house, and what spare time I got, I go and fix something that needs to be done. I told Harper Road I've been mowing the intersection at Bloomingdale and Wadlow because the state won't do it. So I'll go buy a little bit of spray or buy some guys for my mower, and I bought my son a mower so he could help me at Rock Springs. That way we can gang it. So, but it works. I mean, it gives us time together too. So, but I enjoy it, and I enjoy meeting all you all. So, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you. It's a pleasure to recognize those special people who contribute to our community in special ways. Moving on our agenda, we've got a large agenda tonight, and the next item up is appointments, confirmations, and elections. And as the commission and public has been notified, there is a vacancy has occurred in District 11. It is the responsibility of the commission to fill that vacancy, and as prescribed by law. And the process will be is that I will take nominations for that vacancy. I will recess for the public comment on filling that vacancy on the nominees, and then the commission will vote. It only takes a commissioner to nominate, doesn't need a second. But we have two commissioners in District 11, Commissioner Gardner, Chairman Pro Tem Gardner, and Commissioner Hunter Locke. And so at this time, I will recognize Commissioner John Gardner, and then Hunter Locke. Commissioner Gardner.
All right.
It's on.
Thank you, Mayor. As everybody knows, this has been quite an interesting thing that we've done over the last year with elections, resignations, elections, and unavailability to serve the seat. When this seat came open, there was several names came to mind. There was several folks that have expressed interest. There was a fellow that I kept going back to, and he's done everything that we wanted somebody to do without us even asking him to do it. He sought us out, and we've met with the gentleman I wish to place in nomination this evening. He's a former county commissioner, and I like joking with him. He's a couple graduating classes ahead of me, but he's a very strong asset to several boards that he currently serves on. I won't take too much of his thunder away, but at this time I'd like to place the name of former county commissioner Archie Pierce for the vacancy for the unexpired term 2020-2022. And I wish to formally enter his name in for nomination. If it's okay, I'd like to yield to my district mate, Commissioner Locke.
Thank you. Commissioner Locke, do you have anything to add?
I'll echo that.
Okay, very good. We will invite the nominee, and if we have other nominees, we'll invite them. We'll invite the nominee to the well. Mr. Pierce, if you will join us in the well, I believe you have a couple of words to say, and welcome.
Okay. Mayor Venable, commissioners, distinguished guests, I appreciate this opportunity to briefly present myself to you. I'm Archie Pierce. I live at 1504 Bridwell Street in Kingsport. I've lived in Kingsport my entire life, except for 2 years at East Tennessee State University in Johnson City, and serving in the U.S. Army Reserve for 5 years, which 16 months of that was on active duty. I have worked 33 years in quality assurance at the Sperry Rand Corporation and Raytheon. In 1969, I met Louis Stevens, and 1 year later, in 1970, we were married. And 50 years later, we're still married, and she's back here with us tonight. Thank you. We have one son, one grandson. They live in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. I am a member of Temple Baptist Church in Kingsport, Tennessee, and I'm on the board of directors of the United Southeast Federal Credit Union. And as John mentioned, in 1998, I was elected to serve a 4-year term on the Sullivan County Commission. During that period, I enjoyed serving, and it was a privilege. And today, I feel that it would be an honor and privilege to serve again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Do we have other nominations? Mr. Vance, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, I got to serve with Mr. Pierce on the executive committee for 4 years, in 98 to 2002. And it's an honor to be able to vote for him again. He was a terrific county commissioner, very intelligent. He looked at all the issues. He brought a lot to the table to Sullivan County, and I'm sure he's going to bring a lot back to us today as a county commissioner. And I will be voting in favor of him.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. Any other commissioner would be recognized for either for comment or nomination? Seeing none, we will recess at this time and ask the public if there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak about this nomination in general or about Mr. Pierce in particular. Seeing no one asking to be recognized, we'll close the public hearing, and we're ready to vote. Ms. Stanley, you're recognized.
I guess this is for John. Is Mr. Pierce, is he a Republican or Democrat? I would like to know that.
I could answer that for you, but I think that's for him. I actually know the answer, but if Mr. Pierce would like to answer that question. Lots riding on this, Archie.
I'm a Republican.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Making sure.
Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we're ready to take the vote on the nomination of Mr. Archie Pierce to fill the vacant seat in the 11th District of Sullivan County.
Akerd,
Yes.
Blaylock,
Yes.
Broughton. Calton.
Yes.
Cole. Crawford.
Yes.
Cross.
Yes.
Crosswhite. Crosswhite. Gardner.
Yes.
George. Glover.
Yes.
Parker Road.
Yes.
Hutton.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Locke.
Yes.
Morrell.
Yes.
Stanley. Starnes. Stidham.
Yes.
Vance.
Yes.
Woods.
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 23 yes.
Having received the necessary majority, Mr. Pierce has been elected by the Sullivan County Commission to the vacant seat in District 11. Mr. Pierce, we're on the way to get the swearing in, and I will ask you, and when I get to the well, if you'll meet me there, I'll swear you in, and you may take your seat. Let me get to my office and get the oath and make this official. Take a break and play.
Mayor, could I do something in your absence? We have one on our commission today. Today is his birthday.
Yeah.
We need to sing happy birthday.
If you'll leave and sing, Larry,
Happy birthday to you.
Who's that be?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tommy. Happy birthday to you. Just a mere child.
All I need is a picture of the paper after this year, that order for math, not working. Archie, if you will, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and your name,
I, Archie Pierce,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will perform
that I will conform
with fidelity
with fidelity
the duties of the office to which I have been elected
the duties to the office to which I have been elected
and which I am about to assume.
and about which I am to assume.
I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution of Tennessee
to support the Constitution of Tennessee
and the United States,
and the United States,
to faithfully perform the duties
to faithfully perform the duties
of the office
of the office
of County Commissioner
of County Commissioner
for Sullivan County, Tennessee.
for Sullivan County, Tennessee.
Congratulations, Archie. And your seat. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem, would you come to the chair? The next item on our agenda is the election of the county chairman for the Sullivan County Commission, which is by rule held in August and October if necessary every year. I've enjoyed being your chairman, and I'm going to turn that election over to the chairman pro tem, John Gardner. Mr. Gardner.
Next order is the appointment for the chair of the Sullivan County Commission for the year 2020 to 2021. Before I open the floor up for nominations, I'm going to just offer something I did last year. Seconds are not required, but if you wish to offer the candidate a supporting second, that's more than welcome. And again, this is 13 votes to be passed. And I now open the floor up for nominations for chair of the Sullivan County Commission. Commissioner Morrell, you're recognized for a nomination, sir.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. At this time, I'd like to nominate Mayor Richard Venable for chairman for this year. Thank you.
And as before, I'll ask you, Mayor Venable, do you accept Commissioner Morrell's nomination for chair? Are there any seconds? Does anyone else seek to place a named nomination? I entertain a motion for nominations to cease. Motion by Commissioner Crawford, seconded by Commissioner Harkleroad. Second. Okay. And at this time, since we have one nominee, please, I'll direct the clerk to call the roll for the election of the chair. Answer yes in favor of Venable, or no. 13 votes. Thank you.
Akerd. Blaylock. Broughton. Calton.
Yes.
Cole. Crawford.
Yes.
Cross.
Yes.
Crosswhite. Gardner.
Yes.
George. Glover.
Yes.
Harkleroad.
Yes.
Hutton. Jones.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Locke.
Yes.
Morrell.
Yes.
Stanley.
Yeah.
Starnes.
Yes.
Stidham.
Yes.
Vance.
Yes.
Woods.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
24 yes. I'm sorry, would anyone like to change their vote? 24 yes.
After receiving the necessary majority of the votes cast, the Honorable Richard Venable is appointed Chair of the Sullivan County Commission for the year 2020-2021. Your chair, sir.
Before we move on to the next item on the agenda, I'd like to say I consider it a very high honor to serve you as chairman. And I really do want you to know that I am a better chairman this year than I was the first year you arrived here. And you have helped me do that. I'm not infallible. And not beyond question. And I take every question as an opportunity to get things right. So I just want to assure you that the office is important to me. I wouldn't be doing it. It's important to me that you feel like I'm approachable and we can work together. So thank you for the honor of serving as your chair for the next year, God willing. Next is the election of the chairman pro tem, who shall fill in for the chairman when he is absent. And I'd like to recognize Mr. Gary Stidham for nomination.
I nominate John Gardner.
John Gardner, Mr. Stidham nominates John Gardner. We have a second if we need it, Mr. Woods. Any other nominations for chairman pro tem? We have, seeing no further nominations, we don't need a motion to close the nominations. I've given the opportunity to the commission to do that. So the nominations are closed. And Madam Clerk, would you take the roll on the nomination of Commissioner John Gardner as the chairman pro tem of the Sullivan County Commission?
Akerd,
Yes.
Blaylock, Broughton,
Yes.
Calton,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Crawford,
Yes.
Cross,
Yes.
Crosswhite, Gardner,
Yes.
George, Glover,
Yes.
Hartroad,
Yes.
Hutton,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Leonard,
Yes.
Locke,
Yes.
Morrell,
Yes.
Stanley,
Yes.
Starnes,
Yes.
Stidham,
Yes.
Vance,
Yes.
Woods,
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 24 yes.
Having received the necessary vote, Commissioner John Gardner is duly elected as chairman pro tem of the Sullivan County Commission. John, you're recognized.
Thank y'all very much for that. I didn't have to count votes too hard over here. I was going to make a joke, say that was a close one, but I didn't want to give anybody an opportunity to change their votes. Thank y'all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I look forward to serving with you, and we'll fit you for this chair more often than we've done that in the past. Next item on our agenda is the appointment of committees. You have a listing before you. As you look at it, you'll see there are no changes from last year's committees. And when I announced that, I would like to note that in your wisdom, you passed a private act for Sullivan County government, and it provides for a financial management committee to be appointed before the first of the year. So there will be changes in these committees as we move through that process, which should occur next month. And just for the record, or for your information, the private act provides for initially 3 county commissioners to serve on the financial management committee, and to be organized by the director of budgets and accounts. After the committee is organized, the director of budgets and accounts becomes an ex officio member, and the 4th member of the financial management committee will be appointed. That gives 12 members of Sullivan County Commission, the 8 on budget and 4 on the financial management committee, to be involved in that process. Chairman Broughton and Chairman Stidham, your committees, as I have suggested, they be appointed. If you want to poll your committee at one time and see if they would like additional other assignments, do that, and I'm sure the commissioner will accommodate you should you want to do that. And talk to me about anything that you feel like to nominate people for financial management or budget. As I say, we're continuing on, but over the next 2 months, we'll get this thing settled out. And I like to say I think in all the 10 years that I've spent here, I thought the executive and administrative committee in our budget, particularly in our budget process, had a great impact, greater than ever. And I appreciate your leadership in doing that and having a good group of people to work together. On meetings, it's always been its call of the chair. And I'm sure as we go through this private act, we'll find times that we'll need to do that. So certainly my office will respond to whatever you need. That's the way we're set up now. So do we have a motion to adopt that list? Commissioner Vance, we have a second. Commissioner Stidham, Commissioner Honorite. Commissioner Vance, your second or a question, Sam? Question.
I had a point of order.
Mark asked first, and you're next. I'm sorry. He beat you to the draw. Mark?
I guess, Mr. Chairman, if we make an amendment to this appointment of committees to take Mr. Herron off the administrative committee and put Mr. Pierce there, and also on the beverage board, put Mr. Pierce.
That's, I was just notified of that, and I appreciate that. So if you will change, and Mr. Pierce will serve on the administrative committee and the beverage board. Thank you, Mark. Sam? That's what you were. See, you're helping me keep from making a mistake, both of you. Thank you. Angela gave me that, and I appreciate your calling. So we have a motion and second to accept the list as provided. Any discussion? Gary Stidham and Hunter. I'm sorry, I got waylaid there. Can't multitask. So with that, if you will take the vote, Madam Chair.
Akerd?
Yes.
Blaylock?
Yes.
Broughton?
Yes.
Calton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes.
Cross?
Yes.
Crosswhite? Gardner?
Yes.
George? Glover?
Yes.
Parker Road?
Yes.
Hutton?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Leonard?
Yes.
Locke?
Yes.
Morrell?
Yes.
Stanley? Starnes? Stidham?
Yes.
Vance?
Yes.
Woods?
Yes.
Pierce?
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 24 yes.
Have received necessary majority. The list is adopted as presented. Next up on the agenda, approval of commission minutes from previous meeting. We have a motion to approve. Crawford, second. Cole, Stidham. Any corrections, additions, or adjustments?
We're also approving the call meeting also, as well as.
They are the minutes from the previous full commission meeting and the call meeting, and they have been spread electronically. We'll handle them all in one motion. So, Madam Clerk, would you take a vote on approval of the minutes?
Akerd?
Yes.
Blaylock? Broughton?
Yes.
Calton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes.
Cross?
Yes.
Crosswhite? Gardner?
Yes.
George? Glover?
Yes.
Parker Road?
Yes.
Hutton?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Leonard?
Yes.
Locke?
Yes.
Morrell?
Yes.
Stanley? Starnes? Stidham?
Yes.
Vance?
Yes.
Woods?
Yes.
Pierce?
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 24 yes.
Have received necessary majority. The minutes are approved and adopted as published. Next on the agenda is the approval of notary publics. The clerk will read the list of applications, and any commissioner may object without cause. So, Madam Clerk, read the list of applications.
Brenda Bowers, Summer Dawn Brown, Lee Buckles, Susan M. Campbell, Landon Willis Davis, Molly Jean Dillion, Melissa Dingus, N. Marlene Fogelman, Tabitha D. Graham, Daryl Jose Guzman Hernandez, Perry E. Hammock, Pamela Huff, Judy Lawton, Sharon Mays, Megan Dawn McDonald, Teresa A. Middleton, Daniel B. Minor, Renee Mullins, Jamie Mullins, Deborah R. Nelson, Kelsey North, Isabella Nicole Pinda, Tanya Ann Quillen, Brennan C. Rocket, Matthew Stephen Rose, Jesse Sally, Nicholas Jacob Claude Saylor, H. Lynn Shoemaker, Brittany Gail Thompson, Kelly Elizabeth Weaver, Austin Blake Young, Brett Andrew Zook.
You've heard the list. Are there any objections? Move approval by Commissioner Cole, seconded by Commissioner Crawford. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the applications for notary public for Sullivan County.
Akerd?
Yes.
Blaylock? Broughton?
Yes.
Calton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes.
Cross?
Yes.
Crosswhite? Gardner?
Yes.
George? Glover?
Yes.
Harkerode?
Yes.
Hutton?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Leonard?
Yes.
Locke?
Yes.
Morrell?
Yes.
Stanley? Starnes?
Yes.
Stidham?
Yes.
Vance?
Yes.
Woods?
Yes.
Pierce?
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 24 yes.
Having received the necessary majority, the list of notary applicants is approved. Next up is our public comment section, and Commissioner Cross. Not out of practice, Sandra, but it's good to see you back. And while you're making your way forward, I will tell everybody this red cup is not one you would find at a UT football game. So it's got water in it. So. Thank you, Andrew.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
So you're recognized.
I had asked our register trustee, Susan Ramsey, to come and speak during this time. I don't know if she's signed in or not, but I'd like to have her speak to the commission on if this is appropriate time on the tax collections that have gone on. Maybe the public wants to hear that.
And this would be a good time for it. Let me get the two public members of the public, Susan, and I appreciate you being here. So, excuse me. Gil and Joanne Bedwell, are you here for a zoning? Is it Bedwell? Gil and Joanne Bedwell. I believe it's Bedwell. Must have. I'm sorry. You want to check outside and see if. They maybe had to leave. The only other person we have signed up is on the zoning issue. So Mr. Miles will speak on at the proper time. Susan Ramsey, we're happy to have you with us tonight, and we know you're the bearer of glad tidings to the Sullivan County Commission. Thank you for coming. Susan, you're recognized.
Good evening. I just wanted to give everybody some updates on the tax notices that are about to go out. We are doing everything pretty much the same way we did last year. I was at a luncheon a few weeks ago and explained the way that some of the taxes are collected now, and found out that a lot of people were not aware. The Bank of Tennessee started with us last year, and they do collections for our tax notices. For the tax payments. As long as anybody has their stub to their notice, they can go to any Bank of Tennessee in Sullivan County, and they will take tax payments, and they will give you a receipt for those tax notices. Of course, we always have the online payments and in the office payments. And this year, we're really encouraging everyone, if they will, to mail in their tax payments to prevent, of course, any spread of disease or anything else that we have going around, virus or whatever. We do have credit card collections, credit card payments that are accepted, and Business Information Systems out of Piney Flats has done our credit card receipts for the last several years. And this year, our software company that we work with for our trustees office, they actually started doing credit card receipts through our software, and it would have made everything so much easier for my office. It would have been a tremendous help. But when I discussed everything with Business Information Systems, they are a local company, and they've worked very well with us. They stepped up to the plate, and they have offered some really good things for Sullivan County, for the citizens of Sullivan County, to make tax payments easier for everyone and tax collections easier for us. In the next few weeks, of course, the tax notices will go out as usual, and everything will be in place, of course, as it always has been. But since we have closed the Bristol and Kingsport offices, we now have, like I said, the Bank of Tennessee in Kingsport, in Bristol, and Blunttville and Colonial Heights that takes tax payments. And Business Information Systems has agreed to put a kiosk in one of our Kingsport offices. We don't know if we're going to put it in City Hall, in the Justice Center, maybe in the county clerk's office. We're right now still in the process of trying to figure out where we will put this kiosk, and it will take e-checks and debit cards. I'm going to introduce our representatives from Business Information Systems here in just a few minutes so they can give you the detail on how it'll all work. We will have a tablet put outside of my office where payments can be made without having to come inside of the office from Business Information Systems. And we will also have one probably in the Bristol Justice Center so that people can make payments there also. So if you have any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer, or I will introduce Business Information Systems and let them give you the information on how everything will work.
Hello, I'm Hannah with Business Information Systems. We are excited to continue working with Sullivan County and Susan and providing more options for payments. Like Susan said, this year there's going to be kiosk payments at 3 different locations. Online payments will continue. We'll have phone payments with live agents, also through the automated phone service, and as well as in her office. All of those will take credit and debit cards, and most of them will also take e-checks, with exception of the automated phone payment service. Yeah, sure. Yeah. This year we have reduced the rates for credit and debit cards to 2.5%, and e-checks will be a flat $1. The only addition to that is if there's a payment by the automated phone service, there's an additional 25 cents. If there's a payment with a live agent, there's an additional $2.
Anyone have any questions or comments? Susan, thank you for bringing these folks here, and that is indeed good news. And I know the public will welcome the kiosk in Kingsport, and anything we can do to make it more convenient for them to make this tax payment, we're happy to help you with. Thank you. Thank you all for coming tonight. That brings, I'm sorry, yes. Public comment? Okay. That's great. You're welcome. I think we've talked recently.
Yes, I didn't realize I was supposed to sign on there. I've never been to one of these before. You did tell me that, didn't you? I'm sorry. My name is Jessica Means, and I am I live in Indian Springs area, and what I am trying to get to happen is I grew up in Bluntville. I went to Central High School, Northeast State. I have 5 children, 1 grandchild, and I teach classes at the YMCA in Kingsport. I teach exercise classes up there. So we have a business in our area that is really struggling and about to file bankruptcy, and that is the business of it's an event corporation business that manages the races that are in the area, the running races, the marathon races. So nearly all of the cities have canceled their races due to COVID. So ironically, I don't even run that much, but I like to exercise. So I'm here for that business because Jonesboro was the last one to cancel their haunted half marathon. And I have been wanting to better Bluntville for quite some time, and recently even found out right before COVID that they were trying to do some things. So I would love to get this race right here in Bluntville, in our small town. I feel like we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of history here. We're having the Bristol Motor Speedway race. We are following all of the guidelines. We're being safe. I don't really see any other, if you have any questions, I want to see how we could get this moving forward. But I'm kind of on a time crunch because it is the Halloween. It's about the end of October. So I've got about maybe 4.5 weeks to get it all together and to get it moving. And I feel like if Bluntville doesn't kind of grab up this opportunity, then the ship is going to sail. So it would bring in a lot of revenue around here. Yes, it would be bringing in people, but that's what we want. We have to have people to spend money to be able to generate the kind of revenue we want. So we're trying to follow guidelines and still help the community, and wanted to see if we could get that going.
Well, thank you for being with us tonight. That's an exciting event. Wish we were in shape to run it. I'm not. But as we talked, it's really not a county commission meeting. There's no government here in Bluntville except for Better Bluntville, and you touch base with them, I know. And we have talked about this, and I'm going to talk with Gary Mays, the director of our health department, and our medical director, Dr. May. And there's no formal way to issue permission. Jessica has told me that they do observe all the governor's guidelines, and that's encouraging. And I believe you said they normally have 50, and they'll have 35, if I recall correctly. So I'm hoping to be able to give her a positive recommendation tomorrow morning after talking with Dr. May. And then we would probably want to talk to the race organizers. And I know our safety people, our sheriff, and people who are responsible for highway safety will want to talk with them also about the route. So thank you for being here tonight. We look forward to it. Thank you. Have others, yes, sir, come up. We didn't have our sign-up sheet clearly identified, but happy to have you with us tonight. If you will give us your name and address for our electronic record.
My apologies for not signing up. Didn't realize we're still doing that. My name is Tim Sanders, and I live at 1213 Bloomingdale Pike. As quoted in the Kingsport Times News September 11th issue, open quote, several commissioners seem caught completely off guard by the proposal to move forward with a bond issue, and some question why the issue wasn't included in development of the budget and put on the table before the commission voted on the tax rates. Especially considering they were told during the presentation that discussions have been taking place between MBI, County Mayor Richard Venable, and representatives of the Sheriff's Office for the past 6 months, close quote. That in itself is the lack of transparency. Open quote, Venable and Commissioner Dwight King said for their part, they didn't want the budget process muddied by discussions over the jail, close quote. To me, that statement is also the definition of sometimes backroom dealing. Not many months ago, we were all together discussing the new school only a few were in support of. Then the China virus kept us apart. Now we're able to come together again, but although limited. All during this time, the Sullivan County Commission has been digging a tax increase hole without wondering if the county can climb out of it. You keep digging. There is an old saying, if you've dug a hole so deep you cannot climb out, then stop digging. I feel we're heading down a continual tax increase hole this county will not be able to climb out of. You okayed the bond issue for an incomplete school, and now you want to pile on more of a tax burden during a time that fiscal prudence is a must. The two major underlying causes to the jail overcrowding have not been discussed or even acknowledged: mental health and drug abuse. Sullivan County has a major drug abuse problem and a lack of adequate mental health help. Without addressing these two issues, Sullivan County will continue to have jail overcrowding, and the taxpayers will continue to suffer an ever-increasing tax burden. With that in mind, I cannot support a tax increase to build an ever-expanding jail. If any of you vote for a property tax increase to continually build an ever larger jail, then I have to say that it has become a tax and spend Democratic wolf in a conservative Republican clothing. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate you sharing your opinions with us. That's why we have public comment. Anyone else in the audience that would like, yes, sir, come forward, come on forward. And if you will, give us your name and address for the record.
I am Joe Snyder. I live in Unicoi County, 1822 North Main. I came as a fiduciary for the Beulah Snyder Rose Foundation, which owns the property next to Mr. Baker. And we are concerned about the development and the safety.
Is this a zoning issue, sir?
Yes.
We have to adjourn and go into the zoning session, so I'll recognize you again when that comes up. Thank you. Are there others that want to speak on non-zoning issues? And I apologize, I did not say zoning. This public comment, we'll have public comment when we recess for zoning. Anybody else like to speak to us? And again, I apologize to you, sir. Public hearing is over, and we will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is zoning. Commissioner Gardner, you're recognized for motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Move into the zoning portion of the.
Commissioner Gardner moves adoption of item number 1 on today's agenda, seconded by Ms. Calton, who is joining us electronically. Arlene, I should have called on you. You heard the motion and properly seconded. I believe we have to vote on this before I can recognize Amber. We have to adopt item number 1.
Thank you. A little gun shy at this microphone.
We all have to vote on item number 1, Amber.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, would you take the vote?
Akerd. Blaylock. Broughton. Calton.
Yes.
Cole. Crawford.
Yes.
Cross.
Yes.
Crosswhite. Gardner.
Yes.
George. Glover.
Yes.
Harkerode.
Yes.
Hutton.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Locke.
Yes.
Morrell.
Yes.
Stanley. Starnes. Stidham.
Yes.
Vance.
Yes.
Woods.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 24 yes.
Item number 1 is adopted. You recognized in the row.
Okay.
Case number.
Okay, so we have 2 rezoning requests to present to you tonight. The packets were emailed. Hopefully you have your packets distributed at work session. and then we'll have the pictures up on the screen. The first rezoning request went to the Bristol Planning Commission. It's in their urban growth boundary. It's from Tommy Showen Trucking. And his request is to rezone the property for the use that it's always been. It is currently split zoned R1 and B3. In your packet, you'll notice the zoning map. The highway frontage is zoned commercial B3, and the remaining large tract is zoned R1. He owns additional properties that surround this trucking, his Showen trucking site, but there's one particular parcel included in this rezoning request, and it's a small landlocked parcel directly adjacent from his shop. If you're familiar with this, this is on Highway 126, and the request is to rezone the whole thing M1, which is light manufacturing, to get it in compliance with the existing land use. In your packet, you have Bristol staff reports, very thorough report. They've included our discussions and the mapping, which is highlighted on the screen when we get there, but hopefully in your packet, if you don't have your packet, if you could share. I do really want to highlight the split zoning. I checked the original zoning map for Sullivan County in 1988, and that it was split zoned originally. And so also in your packet is the aerial image. You can see from the aerial image that the majority of the property has been used for his trucking company. He has a couple offices, repair shops, and storage yards. The request is again to rezone the whole thing M1, which is light manufacturing. What spurred this on is he would like to expand one of his buildings, and it encroached on the subdivision to the east. And so he bought the lot that it would encroach upon. And so we're going to include that in this rezoning request. So you have 2 or 3 arrows in yellow of those parcels. The surveyor, John Mize, put together a composite site plan, should be 2nd or 3rd page in your packet, which also details the existing lay of the land. I cannot speak for Bristol's staff report other than to share the highlights. Hopefully you've had time to go through that. They are recommending against it because while it is a legal, non-conforming business, they feel that it would be a spot zoning if you rezone the whole thing to M1. Looking at the broader scope of the community, this is off the Highway 126 in Blountville going towards Bristol. And yes, there are no immediate M1 zoning districts adjacent to this property. It's my understanding the trucking company has been in business for over 40 years at this site, and they've owned the property and operated here before zoning. So they are legal but non-conforming. What I did want to share with you, also highlighted in their packet, if you leave it legal but non-conforming, obviously they can continue to operate. If they expand any structures, it would go before the Sullivan County Planning Commission, and the building setbacks would be the residential building setbacks. So you would be looking at 12 feet off the property line as opposed to 30 feet off the property line. And so that, you know, you have to weigh against, do you want to rezone it M1, bring it into compliance, or do you want to leave it as legal but non-conforming? Again, they've purchased an additional lot that expansion would encroach upon, which is otherwise landlocked. So I have the Bristol staff report and their planning commission recommending against it. And I think you have on your list, Mr. Mize is here, who's the surveyor, and also Mr. Showen is here.
Okay, anyone have questions for Amber on the technical part? Commissioner Crawford and then Commissioner George.
Amber, did you have any opposition from any other property owners adjacent to this property?
No, and there was none that they told me no one else showed up at their meeting. I think they had an in-person and virtual meeting. All of our letters were sent out. None came back. Nobody called our department because my number is on the letter that goes out.
So the
So, no.
opposition of Bristol is that they feel it, their main objection is they feel it's going to be a spot zoning issue.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to go by the list I have here. Commissioner Cole, you're next, and then Commissioner George.
As Amber said, this trucking company's been in business for a long time, and it is in my district, and I would send a favorable recommendation to vote yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Akers. I believe you were next, and then Commissioner George and Commissioner Cross. Commissioner Akers.
So Amber, if we do nothing, because they bought the land next to them, right? So if we change it to M1, they're going to have greater setbacks than if we leave it.
Okay, so the adjacent land is vacant.
Mm-hmm.
You can't expand, even if you own it, you cannot expand your legal but non-conforming land use to adjacent properties. So on the original tracts that he owns, he can continue to operate and expand on that tract. But his expansion for his building would encroach upon that neighborhood, which is why he bought that landlocked piece of, it's like a leftover lot in the subdivision. You can't even get to it through the second street. And so he wouldn't be able to use that for this business.
Oh, okay. So it says on here attached, what can light manufacturing be there? I mean, since nothing else is there, I think that's the biggest question.
Sure.
The people
yeah.
I talked to in Bristol aren't opposed to it being rezoned. It was it was the M1
right.
thing. So
Right.
that's just.
Right. So light manufacturing is limited to basically what he's using it for. It is not a free-for-all. It's not heavy industry. It is not scrap operation. It can be used for automotive sales, service, light distribution, warehousing, nothing hazardous.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the biggest thing is just
Right.
light manufacturing. But like I said, they've been there for 40 some years. So
Right. And that's the thing. You can leave a business that's been in operation can remain. And they can go to the planning commission for expansion on the original parcel. But the way the state law reads is you cannot buy up all the other parcels and expand onto that unless you're zoned properly. So that's the point of this.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner George.
Andrew had everyone.
I'm kind of trying to see how you signed up. Go ahead.
Did this go before the regional planning board? I mean, you said Bristol, but did you all also hear this?
No, it only, according to state law, it goes to the appropriate regional planning commission. So not ours and theirs. It only goes to one of the three.
Went to theirs, but then you didn't have any opposition that came to yours.
Right, but the letters, the public notice, it all is generated in my office, so we would have received for the past 2 months, somebody. Yeah.
Okay. I just want clarification.
Sure, of course.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross.
On this map,
Yes,
what are these right here, this color right here?
that's a mobile home park.
Okay, so it's not any zone, because I was looking at it, looked like that M1.
I know,
And I
it's
was,
a copy of a copy, I
Yeah.
apologize.
I just want to make sure that
It's
those
a
were what I
mobile
was
home
thinking.
park next door.
Thank you very much.
Okay, further questions for Mr. Orbit? Herschel.
Thanks, Mayor. This is not, this is in Commissioner Cole's district, but I would like to comment. I've known Mr. Tom Shown for a number of years. He's got a good business going there and he wants to expand to create some more jobs. I think that's what we need. And will tell you this, if Mr. Shown tells you he's going to do something, that's what he does. He's a good man and I speak in favor of this and I hope everybody else votes for it also. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. Any others for Amber? Okay. Do we have anybody that wants to speak on behalf of the proposal? Good evening.
Yes, sir.
I'm John Mize. I'm a surveyor that's helping Tommy Shams with this project. I live at 690 Cross Community Road here in Bluntville, and just glad to be here to answer any questions y'all might have or help out. Now, some of the things, this process has been going on since early this year, and that's when Mr. Shams went to get a building permit to put a 40 by 60 addition onto his maintenance building. And the purpose of that addition is to be able to have an area that's close to the maintenance. He can store his engine parts, spare tires, all this stuff that could be laying around. He's going to put that inside where it'd be easy to get to. He had bought this property. It started out in 1977, so he's been there for a while. One other thing that we have not gone into yet was trying to get the rezoning to know which way we needed to turn next. Our next deal, getting the rezoning, would be we're going to be doing a de-subdivision or a consolidation of 3 different tracts. His original property, bought in 77. Also, he bought another piece in 85. That's where he has his business now. And then again, in 2016, he bought this little residential lot that's right next to his maintenance building. And so he could expand into that. And like Ms. Torbett said, there's no road frontage to it. There's a paper street, I believe, on the tax maps. So it's not any good for anything else except what he's using it, and the topography of it is not very good either. But so we went with started to go with just doing the B3 zoning to make the 2 R1 zones in his properties, make it all contiguous and get it all together in one zoning. And then doing the subdivision thing, it takes out all these lot lines in between that carry on their own easements and setbacks. Okay, we going with the 3B, and then before we got to that commission meeting, Ms. Torbett called and said she'd been checking the zoning permits and stuff, or what's permitted in that zone, and to build this addition was not permitted by the Sullivan County rules into a B3, but it would be into M1. So therefore we changed our application to the M1, and that's what the Bristol planning had turned down on it. And so we're trying to get all these multiple zones on the property together, and also trying to eliminate all those interior lot lines and just trying to clean up everything all the way around. I'd entertain any questions y'all might have.
Any questions for Mr. Mize?
And
Mr. Mize, thank you for being here.
Mr. Shams is here if y'all have any questions for him. Thank you, sir.
Seeing none, do we have anyone in the public in the audience who wants to speak on case number 1 tonight? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. This comes to you in a positive manner. Yes vote is to approve. No vote is to not approve. Madam Clerk, would you take the vote on case number 1?
Akerd?
Yes.
Blaylock?
Yes.
Broughton?
Yes.
Calton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes.
Cross?
Yes.
Crosswhite?
Yes.
Gardner?
Yes.
George? Glover?
Yes.
Hargrove?
Yes.
Hutton?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Leonard?
Yes.
Locke?
Yes.
Morrell?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
Starnes? Stidham?
Yes.
Vance?
Yes.
Woods?
Yes.
Pierce?
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 24 yes.
Have received necessary majority, the application is approved. Ms. Torbett, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. Your second request did go before our planning commission last month.
This is a request from A1 to R3B, which is general agricultural, low-density residential, to single-family, high-density residential and mixed density. This is owned by Jockey Properties in care of Chad Baker, and this is along Highway 11E in the Piney Flats, Bluff City area. This is in Bluff City's urban growth area. However, they don't have regional planning outside their city limits. It will be served by Johnson City Public Water and Bristol Public Sewer, already in place. It's approximately 99.5 acres, give or take. It's several parcels I've listed. And the purpose of this is to for a new subdivision. Mr. Baker is here. If you have any questions for him, this went before our planning commission last month. We did have one adjacent farmer come who takes care of the farm next door, and those comments are in your minutes. We did not have anyone else speak in opposition prior to the planning commission meeting or prior to tonight. We are recommending in favor of this request. As you can see, this is open, rolling, very beautiful farmland. On the other side of the highway, you can see all of the commercial growth. Further down in that purple would be the similar zoning of another subdivision that was developed. When you have public sewer, you can do a higher density. And so we have some concept plans still in the works, and he's already has a engineering firm, a local engineering firm, if approved, will move forward with that. That's all I have.
You've heard the information. Questions about Ms. Stanley?
Ms. Corbett, do you know the price range of the homes that he's going to be building in there?
I'll let him speak to that. There'll be, it's my understanding when we visited the property together, based on the lay of the land, there'll be some higher density units because there is public sewer, and some traditional single family on larger lots. It just depends on how the market plays out, but I'll let Mr. Baker answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions for Amber before we? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and let you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. For the B3 zoning or R3B.
R3B.
Yeah. Now there are no motocross tracks allowed in that type of situation. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
This is all single family residential.
Okay, further questions for Amber? Mr. Baker, we'll recognize you now, I guess, to answer the one question we've had. If you'll give us name and address for the record. Chad?
I'm Chad Baker, 535 Paddle Creek Road, Bristol, Tennessee. Those homes will be, I suspect we'll have homes running probably from the $175,000 to $300,000 range, I suspect.
Okay, does anyone else have questions for Mr. Baker?
Thank you for coming tonight, Mr. Baker. We appreciate you coming in and talking to us. This is going to be a pretty big undertaking. Do you have the equipment to do this undertaking, to get this ready to build these houses on and have it fixed in the proper manner for?
I got a pretty good line of credit.
Yeah, any other questions, Mr. Glover? Any other questions for Mr. Baker? Okay, thank you, Chad. Now, is any member of the public like to speak with us? Again, I apologize for getting you up early, sir. And if you will, give us your name and address for our electronic record. Thank you.
Joe Snyder, 1822 North Main, Irwin, Tennessee. I am the fiduciary for the Snyder Roads Foundation, which has an adjacent property. My only concern is the runoff and the effect to the farm next to it. And if he's done the engineering studies, which I haven't seen, I don't have any real problems. I would just like the farmers that's there to be protected.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Snyder? Dwight, you recognize.
Mr. Sire, we appreciate you coming all the way to Irwin over here. We're glad to see you present here with us tonight. And it's a privilege to see you come all the way to be with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And of course, your concerns, you got some legit concerns that we probably need to look at, take care of, but we appreciate you coming all the way from Irwin.
Okay.
Hey, thanks for coming. Anybody else in the audience would like to speak on this application?
Mr. Chairman.
Seeing none, let's come to you. Oh, Dan, I'm sorry. My peripheral vision is gone. Dan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say from 26 years of experience, I feel like I should say it. When we go through these, we're not responsible for water runoff. This gentleman from Irwin, from Unicoi County, which happens to be where I was born, came all the way over here to express that concern. And I just want to say that Sullivan County does not have any control over the water runoff. That will be solely up to Mr. Baker.
I don't know about, I do get numerous calls myself, and sometimes Mr. Strill has advised me over the years that when we become responsible for that, we've got a big elephant to deal with. Amber, any final words on this before we vote?
No, but
We have somebody else like to speak.
okay. Our planning commission and our staff will be managing the development plans for the stormwater and drainage as approved by the state. But I guess it's not our responsibility, is what you're saying, Dan. I mean, it's our job to enforce the regulations of that, but we're not going to take ownership of it.
Once the plan is approved by your department, then it's a civil matter.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, we have Jim like to speak. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Chuck Arnold. I'm the farmer that spoke at the planning commission, 159 Rock Lane, Bluff City, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
I think Mr. Snyder was concerned and maybe didn't come right out and say it, but the problem with the sewer is that the sewer is the creek is infiltrating the sewer line, and the sewer line is leaking into the creek. And we often see people come and check it and look at it and scratch their head and tell us not to get in it, not to touch it, not to drink it, and don't let anybody else get in it. And we're just concerned with the number of houses that's going in. Is this going to make the runoff worse from what it already is? Because there's no cattle up the creek. It's just sewage. And we just don't need any more raw sewage than what we've already got. And I'd like to see it fixed if possible.
Thank you for your comment. Any question for Mark?
Sir, according to the application, it says Bristol Public Sewer is available. So are you talking about a sewer line that the city of Bristol, Tennessee is responsible for?
Yes, sir. The one that,
Has someone went to the city of Bristol and made them aware of that?
sir, they've been aware of it for years. Now, I'm just, that nobody wants to put their name on it. And I'm the fellow that's there having to work around it and all. And maybe we need a study to say.
Well, I think what you need to do, you need to report them to the state of Tennessee and they'll make them fix it.
Well, y'all are my commission and the people that we've elected. I'm here reporting it.
Well, the commissioners in that area is right back here, Mr. King and Mr. Glover. So they need to get with the city of Bristol and they need to report them to the state. If it's going into the groundwater and it's a city sewer line, then they're responsible. Because I remember at one time the county funded a sewer line down through there and it went down Rock Road into the industrial park.
I don't think it went across there, but anyway.
Okay, Commissioner King.
This line, actually it starts at Pickens Bridge Road. There is a pump station. And it pumps it from the lower end of Pickens Bridge
across Allison Road. And it goes through Gillfield subdivision, two other subdivisions, and then it flows behind Partners. To kind of give you some idea where it goes through Partners. There's two other farms that it flows through, and it goes to on Chad's property, and then the farm that Chuck's farming, and then it goes on down to White House Road, and then it goes Weaver Branch Road to the pump station there on at Boone Lake, goes under Boone Lake, and it goes all the way to the treatment plant over on Beaver Creek. So that's the line that he's talking about. And there is another line that comes out of the industrial park, across Rock Lane, down, and then it joins right there below 11E. So that's, it serves a big area. All of the three subdivisions there on both sides of Allison Road, everything on both sides of 11E. Where else does it go? That's pretty much, there's another line that comes out of the other road from the industrial park, and it ties in right there at Hardy's, where 11E and goes down the road. So, there's a big area that this whole line, it's an enclosed line, but it's a big area that, it collects sewage from that goes into that line. And if it's leaking out, I was not aware of it, or I've been on it, but, but it follows the drainage all the way down. Well, there's two pump stations. I'll take it back. There's two pump stations, one at the end of Pickens Bridge, or at, where they built all the new apartments. It's below it, and it pumps it all the way back up to another pump station at where Allison Road and Pickens Bridge intersects. And then it goes from there through the two subdivision, and then gravity flows all the way down to White House Road. And then it goes on to Weaver Branch into the big pump station that goes under the lake. And then it goes up 11E to, anyway.
I believe it's from the, well, anyway, I appreciate it, but, and I am impressed with your knowledge of the area. Go ahead, Dwight.
That's all right. But no, seriously.
I didn't do that to you.
I'm not going to take your hat, Mark. But anyway, if there is a leak in that line, I don't know about it. And if there is, I'll check it out, and I'll have T-Deck up there to look at it.
I believe we've strayed from the reason we're here and what discussion is. And I appreciate the comments of the gentleman, and it's certainly something that I'd be brought to the attention of commissioners that serve that area and serve the Bristol, city of Bristol. Commissioner Cross. You share my amazement. Okay. Amber, any final words before we vote?
Well, everything you said is correct. However, that's all Johnson City and this one's Bristol. So yeah, everything you described is Johnson City's to a T. And then, but this spot is Bristol's. So we'll look at our water samples that we paid for this go around and look at that data. But we'll look at all the engineering.
And again, we appreciate the gentleman's comments, but the item before us is a application for a change in zoning. So, any questions? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on case number 2 instead of application number 2. You changed terminology on me.
Sorry.
That's all right. Madam Clerk, would you take the vote?
Akerd,
Yes.
Blaylock. Broughton. Calton.
Yes.
Cole. Crawford. Crosswhite. Gardner. George. Glover. Park Road. Hutton. Jones. King. Leonard. Locke. Morrell. Stanley. Starnes. Stidham. Vance. Woods. Pierce. Would anyone like to change their vote? I have it marked. Cross?
I say yes.
Maybe I got ahead of you. Okay. 24 yes.
I received necessary majority, case number 2 is approved as presented.
That's it.
And we thank you, and while you're here, let me thank you for your BZA meeting last night. I know we kind of trampled on your time. I hope you got through.
We did.
But you were kind enough to probably rush through it, so thank you
That's
for
okay.
accommodating us.
They're efficient. Thank you, though.
Okay. We will move on to our next agenda item, which is resolutions, and my plan is to handle consent agenda items 1 and 2, then take a break, come back for new business, and move items 13, 14, and 15 to the head of the new agenda, new item agenda. So next up, the consent agenda. Do I have a motion for adoption of consent? Gardner, Cole, Morrell. I'm sorry? You have what? Yes, we can bump that up. We surely can. We have a request to bump item number 8 off the consent agenda, so you'll be voting on items 4, 5, and 6. We have a proper motion and seconded. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Akerd.
Yes.
Blaylock. Broughton. Calton.
Yes.
Cole. Crawford. Cross. Crosswhite. Gardner. George. Glover. Park Road. Hutton. Jones. King. Leonard. Locke. Morrell. Stanley. Starnes. Stidham. Vance. Woods. And Pierce. Would anyone like to change their vote? 24 yes.
I have received necessary majority consent agenda is adopted. First up, under old business, item number 2, Commissioner Morrell, you are recognized on item number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still trying to follow that sewer line, but and everything. But anyway, folks, this resolution came to the commission by way of the Planning Commission, the staff, and the Highway Department. And I believe most of you are pretty familiar with it. What it's doing, it's asking the people I just mentioned are requesting that the roadbed be closed there on Riddles Creek or off of Riddles Creek. The new owner, Mr. Jordan Carrier, is all right with this, and he has actually signed the waiver for that. We had another individual, a neighbor that most of you are aware of, Mr. Rutherford, that had objected to it. Within this period of time, from March forward, Mr. Rutherford commissioned a new survey, and that's what Amber had laid out on your desk. And as you look at that, it demonstrates that that Mr. Rutherford's property does not join, according to this survey, the old roadbed. It does join his property, I think, at one point there. And so that somewhat negates his claim of it joining his property. on that. In the meantime, Mr. Jordan Carrier, the new owner of the property, and Mr. Rutherford has worked among themselves to build a driveway on Mr. Rutherford's property on that. I have drove by there 2 or 3 times over the last several months. I drove by there today, and it appears like what I seen this afternoon, that driveway is pretty well complete. And I have to say, my personal opinion, I'm no engineer or anything, it looks pretty darn good. And so Mr. Rutherford, as I'm not aware, he has not signed a waiver, okay, on it. So that's where we're at right now. And I would ask, I'm not sure, I did call Mr. Rutherford Monday and notify him, that we would be discussing it tonight. I don't see him here, but is Mr. Rutherford here in the audience? I may have overlooked him. Okay, that I was going to ask him to come up and just if he had any remarks or anything to make. Okay, the other property owner, Mr. Jordan Carrier. Jordan, if you're here, could you come forward, please?
We'll recess to hear Mr. Carrier.
Jordan, if you could, if I could just ask you a few questions, and maybe some of the other commissioners may have some questions. This driveway that I seen this afternoon, and I would tell Mr. Rutherford the same thing. It looks pretty daggone good. I mean, I was impressed with how it turned out and everything. And as I understand things, when you understood that Mr. Rutherford I think he had possibly made a statement that if he had a driveway onto Riddles Creek, that he wouldn't really be concerned about closing this old road bed. Now that's the way I understood it. And then I think you picked up on that too. And so you, being a good neighbor and interested and following through with that, you pledged a certain amount of money toward the driveway to help Mr. Rutherford, your neighbor.
That's correct.
See that through. Have you, may I ask, how much have you spent in your own money, if I may ask that?
So the estimate come out to $2,200 for the driveway. I have paid $1,700 of the $2,200.
Okay.
We agreed to pay half. The driveway started its construction in a different format that it's in now. And when it initially started happening, the man's backhoe ended up having some faulty issues. So I paid my $1,200 up front, $1,100 up front. I wanted this done. So I went ahead before the work was done beyond better judgment and had this paid for on my end. I brought the check to the last county commission meeting. I was happy to prove that I was going to do it tonight. So if you notice, I wasn't here last week for the first time since March, or the last commission meeting. Right. And it was because in the middle of the construction of this driveway, all the trees were cleared in a certain area that we agreed upon before starting the driveway. Everything was cleared out, and Mike decided he wanted to change the location of the driveway because he didn't like it after a lot of the work had been completed.
But it all is still on his property.
Yes. So the driveway actually reversed in shape, comes towards our property, and is skirting the line now between my property and his property. I told him if there would be no issues between the signing of this letter that the county thinks that they need for a road that's completely on my property, then I told him I would be for it. The gentleman doing the driveway agreed that that would be okay and said that we would talk about money. So we've completed the driveway now. It has been completely gravelled. The only exception is Mr. Rutherford wanted to leave a tree that remains in a curve. It's a sharp curve in his opinion, and he said he would like to have more slate added to that curve. That's in the process of being done. But also, I would like to say that I have a video of a F-250 long bed truck pulling a 3-axle trailer up this driveway in that curve and having no issues. I have pictures of a completed driveway. So the concerns have actually been alleviated. The slate was an additional thing that the man doing the driveway said he would do for comfort. I actually paid another $500 for the loss of time for this gentleman because he is losing a lot of money to do this driveway. He has been out there, he quoted 10 loads of dirt because the topsoil that's there is soft. So he quoted 10 loads of clay. He's brought 30 now that the new road location has been changed. So this isn't a light undertaking. I feel that I have done everything legally and ethically involved in this matter. I have 2 surveys that show that this road doesn't touch. I've talked to Iron Mountain Survey, and the road does touch at one point, which at the last meeting, Mr. Street had mentioned you cannot get a car across a single point. It's in the middle of the woods, and that point is 1 inch by less than 1 inch per Mr. I think his name's LaRue at Iron Mountain Survey. I just want to vote. I want this to be resolved. Mr. Rutherford still has not paid the person for this driveway. He can seek legal counsel. I have no problems with that. But the driveway has been built. It's been used by Mr. Rutherford. But the concern that I have is they are not sticking to the original road that's in question. We are using it. It's our driveway. We use it as a driveway. And when they come over and decide that they don't want to go around, which they have access now in 2 or 3 different spots, they'll drive through our yard, taking it upon themselves to make vulgar suggestions towards my soon-to-be wife. And I'm telling you right now, that's going to stop. I don't care if the county votes this down. This will stop tonight. And this is why I think this is very important that this gets voted on, because I'm not a rich businessman. We're not around here joking. I'm a man with a concern, and I have every legal right to be here. I've been given notifications before I purchased this home that this road would not be an issue. The surveys that were done before I purchased this home show that this road didn't touch. I have every legal obligation to see this through to the end, even if it's beyond tonight.
We do need to get on with this. Mr. Miranda,
Does anyone have any questions?
is your resolution in the proper order? If it is, we have a proper second.
It is.
And you're ready to vote on it?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carey.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, take the vote on item number 2 on today's resolution agenda.
And I would, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I am.
Oh.
I would ask everyone to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrell. Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Akerd,
Yes.
Blaylock,
Yes.
Broughton,
Yes.
Calton,
Yes.
Cole, Crawford,
Yes.
Cross,
Yes.
Crosswhite,
Yes.
Gardner,
Yes.
George, Glover,
Same.
Harkroad,
Yes.
Hutton,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Leonard,
Yes.
Locke,
Yes.
Morrell,
Yes.
Stanley, Starnes,
Yes.
Stidham,
Yes.
Vance,
Yes.
Woods,
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 23 yes, 1 abstain.
Stephen, necessary majority, item number 2 is adopted. Next up, item number 3, Commissioner Starnes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. My resolution is about the employee handbook that has not been updated since approximately 2006. I would like to form a committee and look at that. I also need to amend it and to add Mr. Jason Boer and Mr. Bailey to the committee as well. And I would like to defer this to next month if at all possible, because I'm seeking some more information.
As the sponsor, that's your right to do that. And without objection, we will roll item number 2 to the head of next month's old business. You've got to change to add Mr. Brewer, the amendment number 1, which is accepted by the sponsor. I promised you that we would take a break, so it is 7:45. Let's reconvene here as close to 8 o'clock as we can. Thank you.
You know what? Oh, yeah.
And how well you sleep? Is it too hard or too soft? Coffee to wake up the sore shoulders, back, or hips?
Thank you. We'll get started momentarily here. And as I mentioned earlier, if there is no objection, we will move items 13, 14, and 15 to the head of the new business agenda. This seems to be I know we had a good discussion on them last night. And we have set those out. So everybody seems to be here. So I will recognize Mr. Vance on item number 13. Mr. Vance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution, I'd like to suspend the rules of not having two different meetings on this resolution. This resolution here, and I don't know if you all had a chance to read it, as we discussed last night, we're at a position now in Sullivan County that where the county has spent money to study the jail through MBI, and as many of us have visited the jail and determined ourselves, personally seeing that the jail needed to be increased in size. So where we're at today is basically making the determination if we're going to build a jail.
Mr. Vance, you made a motion to suspend the rules. Could we vote on that and then
Oh, yeah.
get discussion on the resolution? So the motion is to suspend the rule for the requirement for 2 hearings prior to passage. And that's in our rules, and it's provided for in our rules as a suspension of rules rather than a waiver of the rules. So suspension of rules requires 16 votes for passage, and then we'll go on and hear the resolution. Properly seconded by Commissioner George. In discussion on the suspension of the rules or questions? Seeing none, we'll take the vote on suspending the rule. Madam Clerk, would you take the vote on suspending the rule on item number 13?
I have actually had a request to change the way I call the roll. So I'm going to be dropping a name from the top each month.
Okay.
So we'll start with Blaylock. Pardon me?
Yes, suspend the rules.
Yes. Broughton?
Yes.
Kelton? Darlene?
She was muted. Oh, there you go.
Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Thank you, Darlene.
It's a thumbs up. Cole?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes.
Cross?
Yes.
Crosswhite? Gardner?
Yes.
George? Glover?
Yes.
Park Road?
Yes.
Hutton?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Leonard?
Yes.
Locke?
Yes.
Morrell?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
Starnes? Yes. Stidham?
Yes.
Vance?
Yes.
Woods? Pierce?
Yes.
Akerd?
No.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 23 yes, 1 no.
Receiving necessary majority, the rule is suspended. Mr. Vance, you're recognized on item number 13.
All right, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm going to go back over a little bit of history. You know, back several years ago, we voted to hire a company called MBI, and they've done their report. And I think we have all went through the jail and determined the conditions need to be improved. So I think it's been my consensus and my feeling that we are eventually going to be here one day that we're going to have to build a jail. And to build that jail, we're going to have to fund the debt service to build this jail. So if we don't do anything here, it's basically we're at a dead stop, because the next movement would be to have the architects to design the structure, which is projected to be about 8 months. Then it'd be sent to Nashville to the state fire marshal. It'd be another month. Time to put out on bid. We're talking about 14 or 15 months before we would even be anywhere in consideration to build a jail. Any delay that we put off on this is going to do nothing but pass it on down the road. And I think this county in the last 9 or 10 years, even back in Sheriff Anderson's, we knew we were going to be here one day, and we're here. I know it's a hard feeling to have a resolution to have to raise taxes to fund the jail. But our bond person will not approve even selling bonds unless they have an assurity that the county has the ability to pay that debt service. If this commission doesn't agree to fund by raising taxes to fund the debt service, then the whole thing's gone. It's over with. So that's why we put this resolution first. If the county commission wants to build a jail and they want to issue bonds, we have to make a commitment. Are we going to fund the debt service? And that's what this resolution is. So I'm open for any questions. I know several of you all have a concern about going on the record of voting now for a raise on taxes in 2 years or next year. If the taxes were raised next July, the taxes wouldn't have to be paid until 2022. But we would have to increase the tax rate in July 1 of 2021 for the year of tax rate going in 2022. And looking at the debt service and the payments, the $80 million would be put in an account at the trustee's office. It would set and grow in interest, which the interest would probably pay our first payment as they described for the first year. Our debt payments probably wouldn't have to be paid until almost into the third year. So if anybody has any suggestion on how to go forward with this, I'm willing to listen to that. But I think it's going to be extremely hard to sit here and vote to issue bonds with no guarantee that we're going to be able to fund it. And I think that would be bad judgment on us. So I'm open for any questions, Mr. Chairman, and that's where I think we're at.
Mr. Vance renews his motion for the immediate introduction and adoption of item number 13, set proper second by Commissioner George. Questions, Commissioner Woods, I believe you got it first. You're recognized.
I do. And I'd kind of like if we could sometime maybe look at a wheel tax. I think that would be a fair tax for everybody out here. Instead of throwing all the burden on the property owners, if we can sit down and talk about it later, or whatever the possibility is, without throwing it all on the property owner. I'd kind of like to look at that if we could somewhere, talk about it. Maybe we can come up with something, maybe we can't. Rather than, cause we got 175,000 cars registered in Sullivan County. And I don't know what the total amount of a wheel tax would be, but I think we need to look at that pretty strongly, even if we have to do the tax now to prove it. I agree with that, because we do got to have a jail. We can't get around that. And I agree with that. But I'd like to look at that sometime in the future, maybe offset the taxes for the Sullivan County. Maybe we can draw more folks in here without killing everybody on property taxes.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Wood, and I agree that that's an option that should be explored, but it seems that we're beyond the deadline to have it on the referendum, and we can't get it on referendum to 2022, and so that's going to delay everything that's been done at this point going forward for the jail. But one thing that I want, just a little bit of the works of this, we have reappraisal next year, and I think you've heard about, we're having, I think, a pretty good significant amount of construction going on in Sullivan County. I know the real estate is going very well. People are buying property and building subdivisions. So when you look at this resolution and it says a 12-cent tax increase, and people made the comment that, well, if we go to 257 to what, 269 now, that we would have one of the highest tax rates in the state, and that's not necessarily true. But what will happen on the reappraisal year is that the property assessor is currently reappraising property now. And when all that data is put into the state will send the certified tax rate. And when the certified tax rate comes in front of this county commission, we have a choice of doing things, accepting the certified tax rate or adding increase on the tax rate at that time. And I'm going to use this hypothetically. It's 257 now. It doesn't mean voting for this resolution is automatically going to go to 269. Because when the certified tax rate comes in from the state, they may certify us at 240. And then whatever it figures out what the debt payment has to be made for this jail, it may be 12 cents, and that would put us at 252, which at the end of 2 years from now, our tax rate's not 257, not 269, it's back to 252. So if you're going to deal with something like this, and the reappraisal year is the best time to do it. But I think out of the fairness to the sheriff's department and what we've all worked on for 9 years is we're here. And how are we going to get the jail built? That's the biggest question. Are we going to just throw the whole NBI report, throw it out the window? Are we going to proceed on with it? It's a big decision. It's a big decision on this commission, and I understand that. But I think if we can control the expenditures and we have a good reappraisal, that when we get done with this in the next year or so, that tax rate is not going to be anything what you all are anticipating it being $2.69.
I believe we have some other questions, Commissioner Walton. I've got a list here, Walton and Cross.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no doubt about the jail. Everybody knows we need to address it. I think, as you mentioned, this has been going on 9 years. We first found out about this bond a week ago. I think we need to explore more options before we pull the trigger on this, because this very night we're talking about raising taxes. It's the very night we're looking to spend $25,000 to $50,000 for the food bank because folks can't afford to eat. That's a big deal. And you just look at this and take the bond rate for the schools. We were told last night that the 140 million is significantly higher. Maybe we could work those together, and between saving money on the interest, and then when the savings come in, when the high school's open, may not be a tax increase at all. I just feel like there's other options we need to explore. I don't see that there's a fire we need to put out with this, because as the Fed stated, they're not going to touch interest rates for 3 years. Next year, our economy could be in worse shape than what it is today. It's just kind of a spooky situation to spend more money than what we have right now.
Thank you, Mr. Broughton.
Respond to Mr. Broughton's comment. Mr. Broughton, the bonds for the schools is when we can call those bonds, and we've done this many, many years, is when the bond, if the bonds come calling in 3 years, and we can refinance that. Mr. Bailey has came to this county commission in the last 20-some years and has always brought us where we can actually issue new bonds to get a lower interest rate. Okay, that will be done. Okay. I think what Mr. Ashley was saying is that probably no time in the history, and he said this in 1953 is the last time we've seen this type of interest rate. Okay. So when you say the comment about we need to look at other options, I would like to hear what another option is, because we've been studying this jail for 3 years.
The other option is, as I stated, when Westridge opens, there's supposed to be 4 million in savings. That will offset the cost of this. Okay.
Well, I'm
asking Mr.
Well, I mean, that's the schools, man. That's not the jail.
We got other people.
We have more control over
We
it.
got other people with questions. Mr. Cross.
I just have a statement that I wanted to say, and that's that the other night, I think Mr. Commissioner Glover mentioned Republicans and being fiscally conservative and all that. And I think we also need to be concerned with the other end of that, and it's being fiscally responsible. And I'm not taking any one side of this issue or the other right now. I'm listening and I'm deciding. I just want to make sure we don't sacrifice our fiscal responsibility to be fiscally conservative. We can control certain things right now with this bond, and there could be lawsuits out there that are going to cost a lot more. I'm just simply saying there are two sides to that: fiscal conservatism and fiscal responsibility. And I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that. I wanted to state that.
Thank you. That's a statement, not a question. Mr. Hutton, have you got a microphone?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We got the one from over there, sir.
That's good. We can only forward one.
That's it's cursed, I think. Cursed. I don't really know. I'll just talk as loud as I possibly can.
Oh, you're doing good.
All right.
You're doing good.
I don't really have questions so much as I think we all know that we're between a rock and a hard place. And I heard, last night, the conversation, I think everybody agrees we need a jail. That seems pretty clear to anybody that's listened over the last few years. That seems to be right. We want to definitely support the sheriff's department and the men and women who serve in our jail and make sure that they have everything they need. We also have to do the right thing by the inmates as well. They have rights, and we want to make sure that we do those. We have lawsuits. I sat through a training last year in Johnson City with Mr. Hart from CTAS, and he went through this whole list of the constant lawsuits that come in through jails. I think we're always going to have those, whether it's a brand new jail or it's a 35-year-old jail. I think that's just the nature of things, and we got to do what we can to protect ourselves. We're aware, of course, that we've got the decertification on the table and all those kinds of questions, and we're all trying to do the right thing. But it feels like that what we're trying to do is find a very soft spot between a rock and a hard place, and there isn't one. And I think we all recognize that. The issue that keeps coming up to me, though, is Mr. Vance last night, you mentioned that unemployment in Sullivan County is over 11% on the rise. We know that there are businesses shutting down in Sullivan County. You can drive down State Street and see some of them. We know that people are being laid off, losing their jobs. And we're proposing to increase taxes in 2022. The question is our ability to pay that debt service and our ability, and whether it's the right time to put this tax burden on the shoulders of people within Sullivan County. And, I've worked in nonprofits for almost 30 years, and I can tell you nonprofits are struggling to meet their budgets, and they're going to continue to struggle. Businesses are struggling, and when a business starts to struggle, it takes a while before it can turn around. So we're looking at, some businesses that are struggling, some that are shutting down, or thinking about it, or reducing hours or wages or whatever in order to survive. We're going to put an additional burden on them. We're telling them in a couple of years they're going to have this burden. And how long are we expecting them to take to recover? And I think in 2008, we had an economic downturn across the country. The Sullivan County, we were slow to bounce back from that slump in 2008. We were just beginning to when COVID hit. So it takes a long time for things around here to turn. And COVID has come in and it's had a huge economic impact. So I look at this
property tax increase, even in the future, I think we're making a pinky promise, hoping that in 2 years that the people of Sullivan County will have enough money to pay the debt. I mean, is this the right time? I mean, I understand the bonds are, this is the, historic time. There's a reason for that. It's because the federal government's had to pump trillions of dollars to support the economy anyway. And it's a false sort of uplift. We know that. There's all kinds of questions too that about even the jail itself. We don't have construction drawings yet. We don't even have bids yet. We don't know the impact of COVID on actually construction's cost itself. We don't have full costs yet. Yet we're ready to promise we're going to sell these bonds and then get this money, put it in the bank in the hopes that our people can actually pay the debt in 2 years. I just think that's wishful thinking. I think there are people all over the country that have lost their jobs and are fearful. And I think for us to do this at this point is not the right time. I mean, I think it's good for us to say, hey, we recognize we need to do this. We're gambling with taxpayers' money. We're taking a bigger gamble saying we're going to be able to pay it to you. I mean, maybe we will. I hope we can. I hope this thing vanishes tomorrow. But it sure doesn't look like it's going to. And I think having this discussion about raising taxes now it's just too far off for me to be able to do comfortably. And I don't really have a question. And, I mean, the suggestion I would have, if I would offer one, is that we basically state that we have every intention of building this jail. We're committed to that. And we can recognize in the next coming year, after we've seen the economic standing of our community and their ability to pay for it, whatever the bond rate is. I mean, we might lose on the bond rating. It might go up a percentage point or two. I doubt it, but it might. But we need to look to see if our people are going to be able to shoulder the burden that we're about to put on. And I don't think they can. And I'm reticent to put that on people in this community. I can't do it. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton.
Mr. Hutton, I'd like to respond to that, and I agree with what you're saying. It's a bad time. It is, and I hate it. I really do. But one thing that you said is that we don't have any architectural designs or anything like that. We're not going to see that till we have funds that are available, because normally what architects do, they charge a percentage of the whole thing. If the project's $80 million, they're going to charge 1% of the fees for the architectural designs. Like when we done the EMS buildings, we had to pay the architects to design it, but the money had to be there to pay for that. So you're not going to see any architectural designs that's going to be looked upon or designed until after we've made a commitment of funding this jail. And that's exactly where we're at. Are we going to build a jail? Are we going to fund the jail? And that's what this decision is. If the county commission wants to delay it, there's risk, higher interest rate. There's risk of losing decertification of the jail, loss of state funding, about $1.8 million. There is risk of not doing anything. So we need to understand those risks are here. So it's up to this commission if they want to do this or don't do it. But we're here at that point in time that we have to make a decision whether we're going to build a jail or we're not going to build a jail. We know it's going to take nearly 2 years to even start breaking ground to build this jail. And I don't know how long the completion would be. Probably be a couple of years to complete it.
Yeah, we have a list, Mark, and if we could go into the list, Mr. Crawford.
Well, I'm halted between two opinions, to be quite frank with you. Is there ever going to be a good time? Right now, I'd have to say no. Somewhere down the road, maybe. Or is this the best time? I really don't know. And I can say this, though. I feel if we don't do something concerning this jail, like we say, we've studied this thing. I don't know whether TCI is going to accept all of our intentions down the road. That's the biggest thing that scares me right now. If they decertify that jail, then the government's gonna come back and they'll make the decision for us. And I don't know what to do. I'll be honest with you. It really baffles me. I want to do something, but I don't want to do the wrong thing. I do like the fact that we're postponing this tax increase down the road. Maybe we're going to see better times then. I don't know. There's so much uncertain about all of this. But I'll tell you, if we don't do something, it's going to come back to bite us. I really feel that.
Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Mayor. A little bit like what Larry said. I mean, there will never be a time when we have so much money that we're sitting here saying, what $1 million project can we do with the taxpayer money? There is never a good time. I think when I ran, I was under the impression that we were already in a position to move forward building a new jail. I mean, all I'd heard about is that we needed a new jail for the last 6 years, that this is something that this commission was going to have to do. I built a building. I've borrowed money. I've done the plans. I've put it out to an architect. I've made these decisions, and I have to live with my personal debt. And when these taxes roll, I'm a business owner with a building that is going to be paying the 40%, and I'll be the one paying this with the real estate business and hoping for the best. But as a citizen of Sullivan County, I expect us to have a jail on a different level than what we have. I was very disappointed that when I did the jail tour, that was what this size county with this people, what we had to represent us as a jail. I feel that we have gone down the path of saying we do need this. In terms of times, in real estate right now, we have so many people trying to move into our area because of where our state stands, where our state's finances are, what our taxes are compared to other states. I mean, I'm working with somebody from California, from Colorado, from New Jersey, from Virginia, that are all trying to move to Tennessee because what our taxes are. And yes, we think these tax rates are crazy until you hear what everyone else is paying. And a lot of them not only have property tax, but school tax and this tax and that tax. And they're coming here paying 10 and 15 times the taxes that we pay. No, nobody wants to raise taxes. But in the big scheme of things, right now, we have a lot of people coming to our county. We are going to have growth. We've got people moving in. And, I'm hoping we get all the houses, that we can get all these people in Sullivan County, that we can get great schools. We need to do this. People are all trying to buy homes right now because of where the interest rates are. Inflation's going to hit. These rates are not going to stay here. If we don't do this, and then 3 years from now, we decide to do it, and rates are 5. I mean, guys, when I bought my first house, rates were 9.5. The next month they went to 10.5. So I thought I was blessed at 9.5. I mean, we're talking about what if it was 0.5%? What if everything really hits and rates go up to 4 and 5 and 6? And we didn't borrow this money. We didn't start this construction. We didn't start this path. All building cost is going to go up. I mean, that's what, Dwight's talked about before too. It's like, if we don't bend it this year, what we could buy with $80 million, it may cost us $120 million 3 years from now, and the interest rate may go up. So you're a double-edged sword. I mean, I don't want to raise taxes. I mean, I don't think anybody is like, gosh darn, but I think this is a business decision. Rates are incredibly low. We have an opportunity to move forward. We are letting our citizens know 12 months in advance or more than that, your taxes are going to go up. I mean, the people I've talked to all expect their taxes to go up to pay for the jail. No one thought we could cut $80 million out of our budget. And, if we come up with other great things like a wheel tax and we can reduce our taxes, good for us. And it's something we all need to work for together. And we all need to keep doing. But we need to move forward. We don't need to kick this down to somebody else. I mean, we need to step up and pass this, and then what all the other things we can come up with, good for us. But we're at least funding what we do and we're moving forward. So I don't want to use Texas, but.
I believe Mr. Carson and Mr. Stidham. Mr. Carson.
Yes, sir. And goes back to, it's responsible. You're giving the taxpayer something for their money, something they can, for their money, other than, let's say, a lawsuit or a defunding, where they're paying into something that they don't get any, I mean, it's a lawsuit. There's nothing they get back from that. I just want to point that out.
Mr. Stidham.
This whole thing comes down to one thing for the county. One word can define this whole thing, and that's stewardship. Stewardship is about doing the right thing for the county with what we have. Mr. Vance, I really don't like the tone this is a do or die situation, because even if this got voted down tonight, there's still a tomorrow, there's still a next month, and it still could be done next month if we need to do it. The do or die, I don't care for, but this does come down to these are low rates, and that's a good deal. The whole thing comes down to when we stick this onto the taxpayer's bill in February of that year, where are we going to be at next year when we roll around? You know, it was brought up, you made the comment that the Ashley didn't care. He said we couldn't do this, and that's not true. We can push it out, not vote on the bond, and come back and said, he said it's not the best way to do it, to correct you on that part of it. But this comes down to very hard things for people to sit here and have to do. I really don't like doing this in a 10-day episode that was dropped in our lap on 4:30 last Wednesday. And then we're here on it tonight. Now, I understand the bond rates, all that stuff that's numbers. I get that part. The part that I don't understand is why we're pushing this so fast, so hard, if we still have time. If we have a month to do it, it's not going to matter. We still have to have the plans. If we're moving forward, we can still get this done at the same time. The jail, the doors will open at the same time. If we voted on this tonight, or we voted on this next month, that jail would still open in the same time frame.
We have Ms. Starnes.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there any way, and maybe I missed something, is there any way we could do this in phases? Would it be cheaper that way?
I'd have to refer that to Ms. Bailey. I've got an opinion, but my opinion is no. But Mr. Bailey?
I thought like you start with a year ago, we'd probably do it in phases. But as we come down to developing a plan to move forward, to get away from the problems we've got in the particular facility, it's got to be a sizable movement. And at the same time, you've got the possibility of the interest rates going away from you, and you would really regret it if you got, say, $35, $40 million at this interest rate and then waited a year and a half and had to pay 4% or something, or 3%, which would be a sizable increase. And I remember, and I reminded people last night of what happened to us. We had a delay and didn't consider the respect the delay enough in the schools. And it cost us several cents on the tax rate paying interest. When we're looking at it roughly this time of year, a little bit, October, November, and it looked a lot better than it did actually when we got to selling it, and by cause of a few delays. And it was a good lesson for me as to what can happen, and we're paying for it now.
Well, how much do we get from the state? Commissioner Coldy, can you tell me that by any chance?
$39 a day for our state inmates.
And we got how many?
We have 128 as of today.
Doing some research and talking to people, and you may have been on the commission when this happened, when Keith Carr was sheriff.
No.
Okay. I don't know who was here then. Were you here? Is it true that he broke a contract with the state and told them to come get the state inmates?
I don't ever remember that ever happening.
The state will respond if we don't want inmates. Is that right, Michael?
That's a little tricky because, okay, 95 counties in the state of Tennessee, everybody understands that. We have one classification prison. So everybody gets a turn. And all these 95 counties have to send them to Bledsoe. But the problem of that being, if we get rid of all of our state inmates, we lose our board bill funding, which if we get decertified and they make us, like Gary said, we open the doors every day, but we get a lawsuit, then we get slammed with the overcrowding. And of course, we still have a lawsuit pending. And they say, okay, in October 1st, just throw it out there, you have to get rid of all your state inmates. Okay, the county's losing out of the general fund anywhere from $170,000 a month to $275 a month. I mean, is that a risk? And then it can happen just like that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Orange.
I think,
I don't see any more red lights. Judy, you're recognized.
yeah.
Is that it? Can you hear? Well, okay, here we go. I just think everybody can hear me because I can hear me. Okay.
Let's get that mic up to your mouth, Judy, please. Okay.
You
No
can-
problem with it. Okay.
Okay. I called my financial advisor today, but he told me not to get his name, but that he is well known, and I think most of you, if I gave his name, you all know who he is. I told him what was happening in the county, what decision I had to make today. And he was happy he wasn't on the commission. But he did tell me, he said, Judy, don't be pushed to do this too soon. And I said, what do you mean by that? He says, now, I don't care what everybody's telling you, that rate of 1 point whatever it is going to be there for quite a while. He said, it's not going anywhere. I don't care what anybody says. He says, it's at least going to be 2 years that way. He said, I could almost come to your commission and swear on the Bible if I had to. But he says, I'm not going to. But anyway, he said, don't be trying to put the cart before the horse. He said, now, what are you doing? He says, do you have the jail planned already? You have a note. Does it have to be 80 million? Can it be 60 million? Can it be 50 million? I told him that I think we need something done with jail. I didn't know how much it needed to be or whatever. He said, I'm just telling you, as I'm advising you, as I would any customer that called me, don't be doing this and be pushing, be scared to death. And she says, as far as lawsuits are concerned, just like Mark said over there a minute ago, we'll have lawsuits the rest of our lives. Even if it's a fantastic jail, there'll be somebody that'll trip on something or do something and they'll want a lawsuit. But will it cost $80 million to have to pay off? Now, yes, these are just the facts. I wrote down what he told me to say. So we don't have plans, and yet we're voting. I said, well, what if we just waited 6 months? How would that be? He said, well, I think you'd be great. I think you should wait 6 months. He said, I don't see this pushing it at 10 days to do something. So his idea was, you can hold on a little while, don't be running scared, and don't let people let you run scared. So this is all I have to say. I hope I'm putting him correct.
Commissioner Carl, did you want to?
Yes, just kind of want to touch on the decertification. They can be here any time this month, next month, November, before 2021 gets here and decertifies. That's troublesome. He said our insurance would go up if we did get decertified, so that's also troublesome. Lawsuits will happen, yes, good or bad, but the decertification kind of determines that. I mean, lawsuits will happen.
There's 40 jails that had black men.
Right, and they have a lot of lawsuits. But I just want to let everybody know that's alarming.
I don't know who was first, Commissioner Akert or Commissioner King. Commissioner Akert, you're closer to me.
Thank you, Chairman. Kind of like Larry and Colette, maybe. I mean, I think somewhat torn. I mean, I'm adamantly opposed to saying we're going to raise property taxes 12 cents here on September the 17th to go in effect, on when it is. We all agree there's got to be something done, but Commissioner Stidham mentioned something about stewardship. And, and I know private business and government aren't supposed to be using the same word because no one runs government like a private business. We've spent 6 years designing the jail, which I think we have a really good plan. I'm excited about that plan. And we spent, Gary said, maybe 10 days on funding the jail. In my opinion, that is so backwards, it's just not even funny. We asked our county employees this year to take some cuts, and they did. And, to be honest with you, as I sit here for the last 3 years worth of budgets, I'm just stupefied that we can't come up, maybe not with all $4.5 million worth of cuts to figure out how to make it work, but somewhere in between, so that way maybe the tax rate's not as high, and everything. Because we're going to build a jail. I don't think there's any question about it. What we're arguing over is the funding mechanism, and as Judy's financial advisor said, no one really knows. I mean, he thinks it's going to be 2 years. Ashley, these are the lowest rates since 1950 something. No one really knows, but it's hard for me to vote for a tax increase when we just cut most everybody's budgets. I mean, there's a few that didn't. And, as Mark mentioned last night, about our jobless claims. I mean, and it just so happened in yesterday's Business Journal, I mean, the headline, I mean, here's the article. I'm not going to read it because we're not on time, but Tri-Cities economy is shedding jobs, more worrying, labor force participation on a decline. So, I mean, we can raise taxes all we want to, but maybe people aren't going to pay them because they're not going to have jobs, and everything. So, I mean, that's just where I am right now. We know we're doing it. It's just hard to put the quantify that number this week. I mean, and be honest with you, I think, and I understand why we did waiver rules, but I mean, the public deserves more notice to comment about this than really what we even had. That's what I think Gary was over there was talking about. I don't see a big rush. I mean, I think we can let it lie, have it on first reading and do it next month and let people understand what's going on. But that's my opinion. And that's why there's 24 of us. Y'all have to decide on your votes.
Okay, my list now, Mark, is Commissioner King, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I've sat here and listened to all this, and I've sat here for however long we've been talking about jails. And, I think right now it's time to either put up or shut up. And that's where I'm at. We can talk this from now on. And is that going to change anything? We've got good rates. Are they going to get better? Are they going to get worse? Who knows? That's like going to Las Vegas and, like I've said before, just pulling the handle. You don't know. So that's, but if we're sitting here scared that we're going to do something that's really wrong and, we're wringing our hands and everybody, we'll never get anything done. We're just going to have to stand up and put some backbone in this thing and get it done. The 12 cents, I don't know if that's a good number or not. I don't know. Could it be 8 cents? Could it be 7 cents? I don't know. That's something that I would like to know a little more. Do I know that we're probably going to have a guarantee that we're going to have some kind of mechanism in place to pay for this, for these bonds. They're going to have something that says, we're going to have some collateral. I guess would be the best thing to do. You don't go out here and get a loan unless you got some kind of collateral, unless you special person and you really done a lot of business with the bank. You might get a personal loan, but anyway, all banking has changed. We used to do things like it, get it on a signature. I can remember going to the bank and just signing my name and getting it. Now you've got to go through 10 pages and documents and all this stuff to get it. So I'd like to, I'd like to just see where we could be in July 1st of next year, whether that would be 12 cents or 7 cents and there's, with the, new appraisal or new assessments of a property and all that, we may not, but, that's something else we don't know. We're just speculating. So I think let's just vote this same, get it done, and move on. I think we've got a whole lot to do this next year. We've got plans. We've got a lot of things to decide on as far as the jail. I want this to be the best jail that we can build for the money. And I want it big enough to where I'd like to see every inmate out of the old jail. That's just my opinion. I just hate I'd hate for a child of mine or some kid of mine to have to spend time in that jail over there. And if I had a son that was a deputy, I sure wouldn't want him to go in one of those cells. So, if you go over there and you see that, I wouldn't want to do it. So, I'd say let's just suck it up, do this, and get it done, and move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Stanley, the last one we have, Lita.
Thank you, Chairman. Just like Larry said, there is no good time whatsoever to sit here and say we're going to raise your taxes. You sit here and you try to toss things up, what if Biden wins? We're going to have our interest rates go out the roof. So are we going to gamble with that? Are we going to gamble with whether to do 12, 15 cents, 10 cents, whatever? I've heard from some people, y'all need to cut. So we've done 2% this year. I mean, do we defund our law enforcement? Do we defund our EMS, our fire? Do we start closing down property, the court clerk's offices and stuff? I mean, that right there is what we're looking at when they say start making cuts. But nobody in the county wants you to cut their services. I've heard some people throw out with the wheel tax. I've heard some people say the sales tax. What people don't realize, sales tax don't go to the jail. So, what is the best thing to do? I feel like that the people has elected us to make sure that we live in the best county here possible and that we have the best services that we can provide to serve them. But not tax them so much it's going to make them move elsewhere. As a business owner, I've talked to other businesses, and everybody's struggling right now. I mean, I've had businesses come to me that said, I'm not even 50% capacity right now. And I am glad that if the tax increase does happen, it is on next year's and not this coming year's. I don't think there's anybody in here that would sit here and say that they enjoy raising taxes. I was sitting here when the $140 million bond came up. This room here was packed out the door. We had 42 people to speak that day.
Of support.
And I've gotten one email from one person that said, don't raise my taxes. People has known this, that it was coming. They've known that we've had to have a jail. Yes, it was sprung on us within a week. But if people don't start speaking up and letting us know the way that they feel, you know, if they have any better ideas, I'm open to listen to that. I have had some people with the businesses there in my area, and that's the only people that I've heard from. So like I said, I don't know what the best answer is. I guess my question to Richard or Larry, is there any way possible where if we vote tonight to do the bond for next year for the property tax, can we have, when is the next election, like a wheel tax could go on? Let the people vote. 2022? Let the people vote if
Well,
they want that?
There's a process. You asked me, so I'm going to tell you. There's a petition process that you go through, and once you get the petitions, you take it to the election commission, and it's the first general election in the county. So, and that process can happen, as Mr. Woods has said, during this, and if it were to pass and the people voted for it, then you make adjustments. Answer your question?
We could take the property tax and then lower them back down. Correct. I mean,
Yes. Yes, certainly. If our revenues are more next year, we can take it down.
okay.
Okay.
That was my question.
Okay, I've got one more red light, and I think everybody kind of knows where you are. We want everybody to have a say. Commissioner Starnes, your light's on. Let's go ahead and be succulent. And
Thank you. Everybody keeps talking about reappraisal. I remember the last time they reappraised, and I just about had a heart attack when I opened my taxes. And I just marched myself downstairs and had a little chat, and they cut them. So what exactly, if and the place was full when I was there. If they do that, who knows if we're going to have the money? I feel like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. And Commissioner Stanley brought up Biden. If he gets elected, I mean, he wants to defund the police, for Pete's sake. We may not even need a jail. Who knows? He may be tying them to a tree.
let's keep.
I just don't understand.
Go ahead, finish it.
I
think you made your point. Joyce, you're recognized. I think we're going to, maybe they can hear you. I can't, but you go ahead.
You all know how to do it. Sheriff's Department. I will do anything in the world for them. I do worry about our officers, but I guess I'm the fortunate one because I've gotten calls every day. I've gotten emails every day. I did the meeting last night electronically. I hadn't hardly walked into the den till some gentleman was calling me. He let me know he was a retired FBI agent, and I thought, well, good for you. You know, I'm a retired state employee, but I mean, he talked for 15 minutes. Don't do it. I have struggled with this because I know the kind of job that Jeff does. He's wonderful. I know what Michael and Tony and the rest of the officers, they work so hard, and I do worry about them, but I worry about our citizens too. So, like I said, I'm just fortunate. I'm getting emails and phone calls daily.
Thank you. I don't see another red light. It appears that you may be ready to vote on this. Mr. Sponsor renews his motion. And Mark, if you want to make a brief
I do want to make I want to do a brief
and a brief statement.
Thank you. Let me say this, and I'm going to respond. Putting this resolution in is I'm not trying to push anything on any of these commissioners in there. And I think the discussions last night and I think the discussion tonight has been very good. If the resolution doesn't pass, then we won't pass the resolutions to issue the bond. One comment's been made, can we wait another month? We can. There's risk comes with that. I'm not trying to push anything on any of these commissioners. And every resolution I bring in here, I always tell you, I'm not going to be upset whether it passes or it fails, and I'm not going to try to push anything down on any of you all. So I just wanted to say that. If you want to call for the question, we'll vote on it.
All you gotta do is make your motion.
We'll make a motion to call the question on the resolution.
Well, that's not necessary.
Okay, whatever.
It's not necessary. You make the motion for passage and we have public second, we're ready to vote. Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Blaylock. No. Broughton.
No.
Calton. Calton. No. Cole. Crawford.
Yes.
Cross.
Yes.
Crosswhite. No. Gardner.
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Glover.
No.
Harkerode.
Yes.
Hutton.
No.
Jones.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Locke.
Yes.
Morrell.
Yes.
Stanley.
Yes.
Starnes.
No.
Stidham.
Yes.
Vance.
Yes.
Woods. Pierce.
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote? Oh, I'm sorry, Eckerd. Are you a yes or a no?
No.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 16 yes, 8 no.
Having received a necessary majority, item 13 is adopted. Next up, item number 14, Mr. Jones, you're recognized on item number 14, properly seconded by Commissioner King. I'll recognize either one of you first. Commissioner Jones.
Item 15 is a resolution.
14.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped a page here. I'm too much in between. Is the resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed 80 million general obligation public improvement bonds of Sullivan County, Tennessee. And this bond is for the purpose of providing funds for the construction, repair, renovation, improvement, and equipping of public buildings, including but not limited to jail, detention, and related facilities, acquisition of all related real and personal property, payment of architectural, engineering, legal, physical, and administrative costs incident to the foregoing, and reimbursement to the county for funds previously expended for any of the foregoing. Payment of the cost related to the issuance and sale of the bonds authorized herein shall be issued bonds of the county in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed 80 million, which shall bear interest at a rate or rates not to exceed the maximum rate permitted by applicable Tennessee law, which shall be payable from unlimited ad valorem taxes to be levied on all taxable property within the county. This is the wording that legally from the state, and that has to be in this issuance of a bond. That's the wording you have to use. So.
Sam, did you want to suspend the rule?
Yes, if we're going to go ahead, do we need to vote
Do
on that?
you move to suspend the rules?
To suspend the rules.
Move to suspend the rule, properly second by Mr. King. We'll take a vote on suspension of the rules. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, take the roll. Take the vote on the motion to suspend the rules, not the resolution.
Right.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Sorry.
Blaylock. Excuse me? Abstain?
Yes.
Abs-
It passes. No,
That is a no.
Broughton?
Yes.
Calton?
Yes.
Darlene? Cole?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes.
Cross?
Yes.
Crosswhite? Gardner?
Yes.
George? Glover?
Yes.
Parker Road?
Yes.
Hutton?
No.
Jones?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Leonard?
Yes.
Locke?
Yes.
Burrell?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
Starnes?
Yes.
Stidham?
Yes.
Vance?
Yes.
Woods? Pierce?
Yes.
Akerd?
No.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 20 yes, 3 no, 1 abstain.
Having received no summons, the rules are suspended. Commissioner Jones, you recognized on item 14. You renew your motion for adoption.
Yes.
Properly second.
Yes, sir.
Any further explanation? Any questions for the sponsor? Seeing none? Any questions, discussion?
I got one.
Okay, good.
Again, if we're gonna build a jail and we're gonna get started on it, we gotta have money to do this. We've got, when we tells these people to go ahead and start doing the plans, we gotta have money to pay them. We could, there again, we could start, construction site over here. They could start, at some point in time, we've got to have money to do that. I know that we've got to let a contract and all that, but the quicker we get money to have to spend to get this process along, the quicker we're going to have a jail. So, again, that's just pull that handle and let's go with it. That's all I can say.
Gentleman renews his motion. Any further questions? Hunter?
Thank you. Well, we do know that $80 million bond right now is going to be 1.54. And what I'd hate to do is vote no on this, fail my constituents who elected me this seat, and cost taxpayers more money down the road. So with that being said, I'll vote yes. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Commissioner Starnes, you're recognized. You turned yourself off.
All right.
Oh, that's all right.
I have to go with what Joyce said. I've had a lot of calls and emails myself and went to South Ball game last week, and I kept getting stopped saying vote no, vote no, vote no. So as my constituents are saying vote no.
Thank you. Any other? I'm sorry, Judy, you're recognized. Get that microphone and put it up to your mouth, Judy, so I can hear you.
Hey, can you hear me? Okay. Well, I think we women seem to have all the phone calls. I don't know why, because when she said that she'd gotten phone calls and Joyce has had phone calls, I mean, Jim told me I couldn't even leave for the day or 5 minutes because he said their phone calls are coming in too quickly. And he said, I'm just not answering for you. So I'm telling you that I'm getting phone calls and nobody else is getting phone calls. I don't know why. Maybe because we're women and they think they can talk to us or whatever it is. But they're all saying no to me, but that's not the reason that I'm not voting for it right now. I'm just not voting for it because I think we can wait a little while and still do something and do it right. But you all don't want to take a chance. See, I'm a gambler.
I even go to Cherokee, okay? I'll convince, okay?
I don't know if that's a recommendation or not, huh?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm willing to gamble, and I'm a gambler. And so therefore, I'm willing to gamble that in 6 months, we'll have the money, and if we have the plans, we'll do it, whatever. Oh, you still can't hear? Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I do pretty darn good. But anyway.
Thank you.
Anyway, what I'm saying is that I do get phone calls, but I did get a phone call that I thought was interesting this afternoon from a man who I hadn't thought about this wheel tax, but he said, now, Judy, consider this. He said, on a wheel tax, at least the people in the jail all have a car, whether they have a junkie car or whatever, they've got a car. He said, none of them own any property, and you'll never get a dime from them. But that's a good point. And, I thought about that later. I just didn't bring that out about the wheel tax, but that is a good idea about the wheel tax. At least maybe you'll get it from some of the people that are in the jail. So anyway, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. I don't see any more red lights. Gentleman renews his motion. We're ready to vote. Madam Clerk, take the vote on item 14.
Blaylock? No. Broughton?
No.
Calton? She said no. Cole?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes.
Cross?
Yes.
Crosswhite? Gardner?
Yes.
George? Glover?
No.
Park Road?
Yes.
Hutton?
No.
Jones?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Leonard?
Yes.
Locke?
Yes.
Morrell?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
Starnes?
No.
Stidham?
Yes.
Vance?
Yes.
Woods?
Yes.
Pierce?
Yes.
Akerd?
No.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 16 yes, 8 no.
Have received necessary majority, item 14 is adopted. Next up, item 15, Mr. Jones, you're recognized on item number 15. Well,
No. This is a resolution that actually spells out how the bonds are sold, who's the responsibilities of the issuance, the sale, and payment of said bonds, and establishing the terms thereof and disposition of proceeds therefrom. Provides for the levy of taxes for the payment of the principal, premium, if any, and interest on the bonds. This is basically what the contract is with the finance company that takes care of the selling of the bonds.
you've heard the explanation. Mr. Jones moves to suspend the rules for the immediate introduction and adoption. Properly seconded by Mr. King. We have any discussion on suspension of the rule? Seeing none, we have proper motion. Madam Clerk, would you take the vote on suspending the rule?
Blaylock? Broughton?
Yes.
Calton?
Yes.
Yes. Cole?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes.
Cross?
Yes.
Crosswhite? Gardner?
Yes.
George? Yes. Glover?
Yes.
Parker Road?
Yes.
Hutton?
No.
Jones?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Leonard?
Yes.
Locke?
Yes.
Morrell?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
Starnes?
No.
Stidham?
Yes.
Vance?
Yes.
Woods?
Yes.
Pierce?
Yes.
Akerd?
No.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 19 yes, 5 no.
Having seen that, sir, majority rule is suspended. Government reviews this motion for adoption of item 15.
Yes, sir.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? Any
Can't
questions?
hear you. The microphone.
I hear it better when that thing's off. Having received necessary majority, rule is suspended. Gentleman removes his motion for adoption properly seconded by Commissioner King. We're ready for discussion. I'm looking for red lights. Seeing none, it appears we're ready to vote. Madam Clerk, take the vote on item number 15.
Blaylock, Broughton,
No.
Calton, Calton votes no. Cole,
Yes.
Crawford,
Yes.
Cross,
Yes.
Crosswhite, Gardner,
Yes.
George, Glover,
No.
Harker,
Yes.
Hutton,
No.
Jones,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Leonard,
Yes.
Locke,
Yes.
Morrell,
Yes.
Stanley,
Yes.
Starnes, Stidham,
Yes.
Vance,
Yes.
Woods, Pierce,
Yes.
Akerd.
No.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 16 yes, 8 no.
Having received necessary majority, item 15 is adopted. It is 9:15, and I know we already had a break, but you just went through some tough stuff. And so let's take a break and be back here by 9:30. We'll start with item number 6 on new business.
If you don't smoke, you do now. I didn't know you were my commissioner. I live in Indian Springs.
Oh, do you really? Well, Indian Springs is, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's me. I'm just me. That's you. So where do you live about?
I live
Yes, the commissioners, and while you're making your way back, we're still looking for a way that we can get you back in your regular seat and that we can use the voting system that we paid lots of money to use. So, again, we're looking at plexiglass separators. That might be good. It might not do anything, but it's the most we could probably do. Okay, I will call us back into order. And next up is resolution, or item number 6, and that would be Commissioner Locke. You're recognized on item number 6.
Thank you, Mayor. This resolution is to give funding the Second Harvest Food Bank
Whereas more than 66,000 individuals in Northeast Tennessee rely on food provided by the members of the Second Harvest Food Bank annually. It is projected that over 33,000 more people could face hunger in Northeast Tennessee in the wake of the pandemic this year. Now therefore be it resolved, Sullivan County Board of Commissioners approve supplementing the program's Second Harvest Food Bank in an amount of $25,000 to support the needs of Sullivan County citizens.
Mr. Chairman, this does come out of COVID funds, doesn't it? Not out of the general fund?
Larry?
Is it?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, put me on there as a admin or.
Anyone voting affirmative will be put on there as co-sponsor. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I guess I need to push my button on that. Thank you, Mayor. I did have one question for the sponsor. Whenever this was addressed to me, I wasn't for sure if it was 50 or 25. Did y'all decide on 25?
25.
Okay, that was just clear. Thank you.
Any other questions for the
I got
sponsor?
one question.
Go out.
Is this a one-time deal?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other? Okay, so I don't see any gentleman use his motion. Hunter, I'm looking for that resolution up here. Did you ask to suspend the rule or?
Waiver the rules, take a vote.
We want to waive the rule for the immediate introduction and adoption. Need 16 votes for passage. Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Blaylock.
Yes.
Broughton.
Yes.
Calton. That's a yes for Calton. Cole.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Cross.
Yes.
Crosswhite. Crosswhite. Gardner.
Yes.
George. Glover.
Yes.
Harkerroad.
Yes.
Hutton.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Locke.
Yes.
Morrell.
Yes.
Stanley.
Yes.
Starnes.
Yes.
Stidham.
Yes.
Vance.
Yes.
Woods.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Akerd.
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 24 yes.
Having received necessary majority, item 6 is adopted. Next up, item number 9. We remind you we're on new business. Commissioner Jones, you're recognized on item number 9.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Pulled it off.
You did bump 8 and it never. Okay. Sam, let's go to number 8. Commissioner Eckert has reminded me, and I had not had my agenda changed. Commissioner Glover, you're recognized on item number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution is authorizing the Industrial Development Board of the County of Sullivan County to negotiate and accept from Modern Forge Tennessee LLC, a manufacturer located in the Tri-County Industrial Park, a payment in lieu of tax agreement, a pilot agreement to enable the company's expansion of its facilities and manufacturing. Whereas the Industrial Development Board of the County of Sullivan is an industrial development corporation duly organized and existing under the provisions of Title 53. Modern Forge Tennessee LLC proposes to expand its Piney Flats facility with additional facilities by making improvements, renovations, and acquiring additional machinery at a worth of $7 million. And whereas Modern Forge Tennessee LLC proposes to hire an additional 25 employees to accommodate its expansion. And whereas Modern Forge Tennessee LLC proposes to enter a pilot agreement for a 5-year term with the provision that taxes be reduced by 50% in both real and personal property pertaining to only the new expansion investment. And whereas Tennessee Code authorizes the Board of Sullivan County Commissioners to delegate the board the authority to negotiate and accept payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes upon the finding such payments are deemed to be furtherance of the public purposes of the board. Now therefore be resolved that Sullivan County Commissioners of Sullivan County assembled in regular session as follows. I am asking for waiver of rules on this.
I do have some more information for the commissioners. Some of the commissioners the other night asked about how much per hour these employees would be pertaining, and it says, we're happy to hear this resolution is receiving good support. Modern Forge has an average manufacturing wage of $18.65 per hour. So that was very good to hear. So this is a little over 1.65 cents more than median manufacturing wage here in the county. In 2018, Modern Forge current tax liability in 2018 was $123.77. In 2019, it was $122.300. Just the estimated cost for 2021 is $152.5. So this is a win for Sullivan County. They do have two other facilities in other states that are applying for this same program through their counties. And this is very important that we vote on this and get this passed, so we'll show Modern Forge that we really want to move forward with helping them establish this and get it online for them. And I'm asking for waiver of rules on this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. We have a couple of questions to Commissioner George and then Commissioner Morrell.
I just want to say thank you for getting all the numbers. I appreciate it. I'm good
You're
with
welcome.
everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. Randy?
Hey, Herschel, I'd like to be a co-sponsor on that.
Yes, sir. Everyone's voting affirmative will be a co-sponsor.
Without objection, everyone voting affirmative, be a co-sponsor. Takes 16 votes to pass. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on item number 8. And Commissioner Eckert, thank you for calling that to my attention. Take the vote. Yeah. Take the vote.
And we want to thank the IDB board for what they've done on this also, Mayor. They've worked hard on this, and we want to thank all those members of moving this forward for us, and we're looking forward to it.
It's a tough world out there, and when you get a chance to win, you need to win.
I'm afraid it's going to get tougher.
Yeah. Okay, I believe we're ready to vote. Madam Clerk, would you take the vote?
Blaylock. Broughton.
Yes.
Calton.
Thumbs up.
Calton's a yes. Cole. Crawford. Cross. Crosswhite. Gardner.
Yes.
George. Glover.
Yes.
Harkrow.
Yes.
Hutton.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Locke.
Yes.
Morrell.
Yes.
Stanley. Starnes.
Yes.
Stidham.
Yes.
Vance.
Yes.
Woods.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Akerd.
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote?
I just make a comment, Richard.
24 yes.
Have received necessary majority. Item number 8 is passed. Commissioner Eckert.
I like to say, the last two meetings, we've passed a TIF and a pilot, and I think those were very spot on TIFs and pilots, and that's the way they're supposed to be used to help incentivize some growth in the county and everything. And I think those were spot on resolutions. Thank you.
Yeah, just the opportunity to make that offer is very valuable. You all spend a lot of money on it, and you greatly supported economic development, and you probably don't get enough credit for that. Next up, item number 9, Commissioner Jones, you're recognized on item number 9.
This will be on first reading, and I would like to come to the standing committees as they meet to elect their officers and discuss it with them. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we can do that. This deserves a good discussion. Item number 10.
Can I comment?
Yeah, sure.
Sam, after I looked at this, wouldn't it be better for all of us to split this up in 5 resolutions instead of trying to lump all this together? I mean, there's some things I can vote for. There's some things I can't vote for. But I think if you break it out into
Well, that's why I'd like to come to the standing committees and discuss it there, and then we can talk about it in the work session. Yeah.
That's just my opinion and a suggestion. Maybe that'd help you.
Good suggestion. Sponsor respondent, Todd.
Thank you, Mayor. And Sam, along with that, if you could get the information from the BOE, it'd be nice to see the actual quotes for the turf. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. That'll be a good discussion. Angie?
Sam was talking about the standing committees. Would you recommend this going through the education committee?
I think the more discussion we can have and the smaller committees probably help. So if it's convenient for the chairman to do that, and you're chair of education,
Yes.
and you want to call that committee together, I think it'd be a good idea.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm sure Sam thinks that too. Okay, ready to move on? Item number 10, Commissioner George Crosswhite, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me? Good. Let me start out by saying this resolution has gotten carried away. I'm going to pull this resolution for a few months. I don't think everybody understood what I was trying to do. We have these county-owned buildings. I know that we do have a committee that works with the Dairy Inn, but the intent of this resolution was, of course, to enhance any tourism downtown and to include the maintenance department and archives and tourism. But it just got out of hand. What I was even told by the Blizzard family that we're putting a Blizzard museum in the Anderson Hall, that I wanted to pull that museum. So it just got, I'm pulling it to let people calm down. I do think I had enough, if they can calm down. Yeah, I think I had enough support to pass this, but I just want everybody to know that I want to work, whatever we do for this, we need to work with the volunteers and continue to make these buildings, take care of them. That's my main concern, and need some county personnel on these committees. So I think Mr. Mayor is going to take care of that, but that's up to him. But I am going to pull the resolution.
Without objection, the sponsor would like to remove the resolution from the commission. I appreciate your comments, Madam Sponsor, and we will go on. Item number 11, motion to waive the rule for immediate adoption. Commissioner King, you're recognized.
Can we suspend the rules on this, so we won't have to do 2 meetings on this?
Yeah, we can. Well, we can waive the rule or suspend it, either one.
Let's just do waiver rules, because I need 2/3. I need 2/3 anyway on this, because.
Right, 16 votes passed.
Yeah. I guess the next question, y'all want the long version or you want the short version? Okay. Anyway.
That's all we've agreed on tonight.
Are you done here?
Commissioner King, I've lost control. You're recognized.
Where's your gavel up there? You need to control this thing. But anyway, this is a resolution to transfer all responsibilities and obligations of the Ron Ranty Regional Agriculture Center to Sullivan County's Cattlemen's Association as allowed through Tennessee SB 1862 and HB 1857, the signed public charter number 721 by the Secretary of State Trey Harding. Dan has looked at it. He signed. I think you've signed off on it. We went through this through the proper channels. Everything. Sullivan County, the original intent was not for Sullivan County to own this building. The only reason that we did this was that the state had to have a mechanism to get money from the state to Sullivan County. And they couldn't do it through our Cattlemen Association, so we had to go through a government entity, which was Sullivan County. And if you read through this, you saw where they passed the resolutions and all that to do that. So being that said, now we're at a point that, Sullivan County's wanting out. We looked at a lease agreement. That didn't work. So then we come back and looked at, and that's the reason we had to go to Niceville to get all this done. It was pretty complicated, but we did get it done. They've signed on. The only thing that we'll have to do if we pass this is we'll have to go back to state and get the state to sign off on that grant. Once we do that, then everything's cut and dried. You know, that we severe, you know, Sullivan County from the Cattlemen's Association in this building. So, and we're excited about our building. We just put a new addition on the back. We've got some new members, and one thing, we're getting some young members. We've got two young members. One's, I think, 18 and one's 19. It's come on our board, and it's, you know, things are looking good. We also were in talks with Northeast State. They're wanting to do some kind of agriculture curriculum, and they're needing rooms and, you know, place to have those classes. And also in the back, we just got a new working facility to where if we need livestock, that we can run them in and work them, and we've got pens and stuff in the back, and you know, it's something that we just got done with, and we're going to have a show the 26th, and you know, that'll be our first thing. A show, it'll be a cattle show. Steers is what they call a jackpot. And in other words, we're guaranteeing $500 to the winner, and then I think it's $500 for the steer and for the heifer. And then however many people shows up and pays the entry fee, then we split it, you know, and that's what they call a jackpot show. But anyway, but with that said, I mean, I don't want to take any more time. I think that
we have two people that have questions, Mr. Vance and then Mr. Stidham. And let me, if the sponsor will allow me to.
Get the gavel out, you're losing control again.
No, I'm going to recognize two of them, and then we'll cut them off.
Okay.
But if I can, we sat right just about in this area at a meeting table about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and Ron Ramsey was there, and the majority leader of the Senate, and it was clear. Commissioner Bob White and I were at that meeting. We made it clear to us what the purpose of that was, and there was not a mechanism at that time. So I just wanted to remove any of that doubt. Mark, you recognize.
Well, first of all, I want to say Herschel and Brenda and Dwight do a lot of work down there, and it's a really great facility, and I've used it a lot. There's only one question I have. Okay. And I'm not against turning it over to Cattlemen's Association. But I just wanted to know if something did happen to the Cattlemen's Association, say in 20 years, and it dissolved, what would you, and the Cattlemen's Association not there anymore, what will happen to that building? Well, that's something that we're working on right now. We're going to have a board of directors, and all this will be in place. And at some point in time, you know, and I don't know this for sure, but it could be, if y'all want it, it could be converted back to the county. Or if everybody agreed to it, you could do something Northeast State. But at this point in time, I don't think we're ready for either option. I think that we've got too much momentum going, and we've got 6 figures in the bank that we've earned. Oh, yeah. It hasn't been given to us. We've earned that money. And, you know, we're in good shape, and we've got plans for several other things. And I think Northeast State would be a great partner for us, but we've got to work out the logistics of all this. But I think it's, you know, a good thing. But you know, at some point in time, it may happen. Well, I hope it never does. There's no question that Dwight, that you and Herschel will not do anything that won't be in the best interest of the county and the best interest of the Cattlemen's Association. There's no question about it. But I just know in the past, when you deal with 501c3 organizations, and I'll use West Kingsport Fire Department as an example, the county for many, many years put money into that fire department. And then one day they decided they were going to dissolve. They took the fire trucks, they sold the fire trucks, they turned it into a community center, and all the money the county had put into that as taxpayers' money for years, it just went away. So as long as you all look at saying that in the event of dissolving that organization, that the building would revert back to the county or to Northeast State. That protects the long investment, because that's a $4 million building. That's a super nice building. And
But the county has very little money in that.
I know, but it's grant money. It's still state money.
It's still,
taxpayer money,
right. And that's, yeah, you're right.
Because you may not be there forever. I mean, as long as you and Dwight's over, Herschel's over, I wouldn't have any concern about it, but I was looking at the long-term basis of protecting it. Because could they do like they did in West Kingsport, a new board of directors, new people there, just automatically decide they're going to sell it and take the money and pocket it? I mean, all these things can happen when it's not under that. We saw that a lot in other 501c3 organizations, that things like that took place. So I know you'll take care of it. So you've already said you're going to address that.
You're right.
That's all I've got to say.
All right.
My concern.
All right.
Okay, I've got a list. Mr. Stidham.
Well, Mark beat me to the one question that was about reverting back to the county if something happened to Cattle Association. But we actually were just a clearinghouse. There's no county money out of our general fund ever went into that building, correct? That was my understanding.
That was very clear at that first meeting we had.
That's right. I just wanted that put on the record tonight because you hadn't mentioned it. So I'm fine with that. I support it. You guys do an awesome job. My third one was if Acre gets a belt buckle, we all should get a belt buckle. So you got my vote on this one.
All right, thanks.
Okay, I got Herschel, co-sponsor.
We went through a process on this, and what the questions Mark was asking is about that situation. We dealt with a guy at the state named Peter Heimbach, and Peter is one of the sharpest fellows that you'd ever meet. And he was Peter Heimbach. His mother lived in Colonial Heights, and as a matter of fact, he's got a home in Colonial Heights now, but he lives in Nashville, and he was assigned this grant. And every single thing that we did was through a process. And we took the canceled checks from the Cattle Association. We took the invoices. Brenda worked with Angela in Richard's office. Angela was great to work with. Those were brought over, signed off on by the mayor, sent to Nashville. That came back. That when Peter got that went through a 4-member board, and they went through that with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that we were completely in compliance with every single penny of the grant. And then within 14 days, the check was mailed back. Larry's office worked great with us. Chris Davis over in purchasing worked great with us, and that's how it all came about. But I will guarantee you something. The farmers that's tied in with that building at this time, we have a lot of young folks that's stepping up and coming forward that's really worked hard down there. Our Cattlemen's Association membership is growing, and it's not only a local facility, it's a regional facility. We got people coming from Carter County, Washington County, Greene County, Johnson County. There's folks coming here from everywhere. And that's a plus for this county, because when they come here, they spend money, they buy things, and we've done a lot of hard work down there. And there's 4 picture albums over here. Brenda visited that facility every Thursday and took pictures from step 1 to the finished step. And I'm gonna tell you this little story real quick. Every Thursday when she went, the workers kind of saw her come, and they said, "Oh God, there's that woman from the governor's office again." And when she's taking pictures out on the front porch, there was 2 guys, and they were having a smoke break, and she took pictures of them and wanted to know their names so she could put it in the book. And took the pictures, and she said, "What's your name?" And that guy said, "My name is John." The other boy said, "Well, my name's Henry," or something like that. And he said, "That ain't your name." He said, "You're lying to that woman because she's from the governor's office." So that's how it all came about, and we appreciate the support.
Thank you, Herschel. Commissioner Aker.
Thanks, Chairman. Obviously, I support it 100%. I think it's a great, and I don't, we're not here to holler at each other, but I think sometimes we allow past experiences to cloud something current. If there was a funding mechanism in how many years ago, there's no concern about that. That should be a county building. We didn't build it. We didn't own it. We were just a funding mechanism so that they can do whatever they want to with it. And I think trying to say, well, it needs to revert back, that's just not I mean, that's just silly. That's their building. That should have been their building all along. If the state of Tennessee wants to put something in that, that's fine, but they're not. They've signed off on it. They got the resolution. And unfortunately, people have gotten burned in the past on others. This isn't that same thing. And I think what they have done is absolutely fabulous.
I believe I've run on my list. I think you're ready to vote. Dan, you wasn't on my list, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two concerns. Number one, I'd like for, if you would, to be clear and then now therefore be it resolved that you're actually wanting the county to transfer this property to the Cattlemen's Association. It doesn't really say that. I know, well, I just like it in black and white. It's my understanding that's what you're wanting, isn't it? So if you would amend it somewhere in there to just say you want the county to transfer the property so it's clear. But then secondly, I heard this discussion about a reversionary clause. We need to make it clear in this resolution whether there's going to be a reversionary clause or not, because I thought I heard some agreement that there would be, and I'm not really sure whether this resolution is dependent on that or not. So let's just clarify whether there's going to be a reversionary clause or not. That's my two thoughts. Well, now, I mean, my opinion, based on my experience in my life, I would recommend the county have a reversionary clause. And my reason for that is once it gets out of hands and it starts to deteriorate, the Cattlemen's Association, there may be nobody left to take care of it. And I mean, you know, I wasn't elected to vote on this stuff, but you asked me my thoughts. I would recommend a reversionary clause, yes.
Dan's recommended amendment to spell out that it's going to be, the wording was given to title to the Cattlemen's Association. You probably accept that amendment. Accept that amendment to spell it out. Okay. Now the reversionary clause, different deal. Go ahead and turn your speaker on, Dwight, if you will.
I just, well, we would have to define when the reversionary clause would spring, for lack of better words, and we would have to define that. That's what I said.
So why would we put all these restrictions on it?
You want to just clean?
Don't ask me. That's free. That's why I brought it up, because I don't want that to raise in my office later. What's this deed supposed to say? You just tell me what the deed needs to say, and that's what we'll do. Just clear it up now in this resolution, whether there's going to be a reversionary clause or not.
I understand that.
What would spring it? You know, you could make it something as simple as, should the Cattlemen's Association ever dissolve, this property will revert back to Sullivan County. Should the Cattlemen's Association ever sell this property will revert back to Sullivan County. You could put the language in there several different ways.
I think we on just cut clean.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying, just make it clear whether it's in there or not.
I'll say leave it out, but you know,
no reversionary clause.
No reversionary clause. No.
Well, will you amend it to make it clear in there that you do want the county to transfer it to the Cattlemen's Association? Because it doesn't say that.
We needed to have that in there, yes.
Madam Clerk, would you like to know that? That's a sponsor accepted that amendment.
Yes.
Commissioner Cross, you're recognized.
I was just going to ask the question. You mentioned, like, you know, when an older building down the road, when it got, you said decrepit or something. Well, I mean, at that point, does the county want the building back? Or is it going to be more of a
no, really what I was saying, what he asked my opinion, what I see happen in these profits is they lose leadership, they lose volunteers, they lose participation. And the whole purpose in this building, if it quits being used and they don't have people using it and they don't have people interested in it, it will start to deteriorate. That's what I was trying to say.
Yes.
Well, let me throw something out. You know, we got UT Extension over there.
Well, that's a good point.
And that's, we have to have a building for UT extension. That's state law.
We've got to county.
And so right there may be a way out of this, but because, it could go UT extension, whatever. That might be a way out of this that, as long as we have to have a building, that building would be.
Well, along that same train of thought, so you could throw out UT extension if you own the building. You could tell them to get out of your building. So that's as broad as it is long.
Right. But, I think we're getting this muddy too much.
I just want it
I
clear.
understand.
I didn't want to get involved in.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, I don't think we need to debate that. I think Dan gave us his opinion and I appreciate.
Sure.
Give us one. Commissioner Hutton, you're recognized.
As someone who's worked with nonprofits for 30 years, if this building belongs to them, when their committee gets there, their board gets together and adjust their bylaws, it's up to them to determine what happens in time of closure. That'll be up to their board, especially if it's their building. So I think we should just give it to them and just let the whatever happens later on, happen later on, instead of for us to try to micromanage something that's going to a nonprofit. That doesn't make any sense to me. Let their board actually come along and fix it.
Thank you. I don't see any other red lights, so it looks like we're ready for a vote. So, the sponsor renews his motion for the immediate introduction and adoption of item number 11 on today's agenda. Waiving rule, Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Yes. Blaylock. Broughton.
Yes.
Calton. Calton's a yes. Cole. Crawford.
Yes.
Cross.
Yes.
Crosswhite. Gardner.
Yes.
George. Glover.
Yes.
Harkrow.
Yes.
Hutton.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Locke.
Yes.
Morrell.
Yes.
Stanley. Starnes.
Yes.
Stidham.
Yes.
Vance.
Yes.
Woods.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Akerd.
Yeehaw.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 24 yes.
Having received necessary majority, item number 11 is adopted. Item number 12, Commissioner Vance.
Mr. Chairman, this is a quick one. Just need to pass the statutory bond for the property assessor, which should be in effect August the 6th. So we've overlooked that. So I'd like to.
Sponsor moves for adoption, properly seconded by Gary Stidham. Any discussion? I thought we were through with bonds for the night, but you got one more. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on item number 12.
Blaylock. Broughton.
Yes.
Calton. Calton says yes. Cole. Crawford.
Yes.
Cross.
Yes.
Crosswhite. Gardner. George. Glover.
Yes.
Harkrow.
Yes.
Hutton. Jones.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Locke.
Yes.
Morrell.
Yes.
Stanley. Starnes. Stidham.
Yes.
Vance.
Yes.
Woods.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Akerd.
Yes.
Would anyone like to change their vote? 24 yes.
Having received necessary majority, item number 12 is adopted. That completes our resolution agenda. Before we leave here tonight, most of you probably don't know Mayor Rusty Barnett from Carter County, but Rusty had a heart attack and was in surgery. And the last word I had, he was doing well. So keep him in your prayers. This is a difficult time for our country, our county, our cities. So we need to keep each other in our prayers too. Thank you for your hard work. I'm sorry. I can't hear you if you turn your. If everybody else heard it and it's good, everybody said yes. Okay, Josh, you got a microphone. Turn it on so I can hear you.
I wanted everybody to know that we finished up our last census committee today. We did better than the average. We're at 67. I can't remember the point whatever, but Kevin Flannery, he's come here and spoke to us. He said we had the best committee in his whole area. So it's still going on till the end of the month. So please, and still encourage people. Get us more money.
We need to do that, and Joyce, I thank you for representing the county commission.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goff.
Early voting starts, I think, next week, right? I want everybody to remember liquor by the drink is on referendum. Let's get out and encourage people to vote for that. That's extra tax money. And after what we've been through tonight, I think we're going to need that liquor. So just remind everybody that you see to vote yes. 50% of it goes to the school system, the other goes to the county.
I'll drink to that.
Everybody will have red cups.
Thank you, Ursula. Sam.
Angie and I got an email this week, and the city of Kingsport has, they've got a bond or a grant, and they're going to be putting sidewalks in the business area of Kingsport. Thank you, Colette. It's a 5% match by the city. And, we're glad to see that. It will be connecting to the transit facilities of the city. They'll have pickup spots. So, several people have asked me about Ernie. There will be there's a cremation, and the service, I'm not even going to tell you the time. It will be at the VA because it's limited to 40 people, and we are working to have it live streamed. So we'll have something come out on that. But thank you for your concern, and it's been a pretty trying past week.
No, it's a good friend to you, Sam. Commissioner Aker.
Well, I hate to follow that sadness because I was asked to talk to him about that earlier. But good news, about 3.5 hours ago, Cade Mays was cleared by the NCAA to play football for Tennessee, so he'll be able to be our offensive lineman next week.
I'll drink that. We have a move to adjourn. Without objection, we adjourn. That's good news.
Yeah.
This conference is no longer being recorded.